Mighty Vikings, we have just been announced and shared information of being now the new rogue trader of the Von Valances dynasty. We've met a lot of our officers, and I think it's time for a little round to talk a little bit and meet and greet with everybody, and see who we have here, what they can do for us, and what our personal requests they have. Argenta, for example, asked us to talk to her. She has some requests of hers. And other than that, we have to find a navigator and an engineer. Engine overseer? Maybe you guys know better. What was that called? Vox Masters Victis. Let's have a look. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Connect me with the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. It's done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear a distant shout of approval. That'll be all for now. Thank you, Vox Master. Nothing more from you. Nothing more from you. So let's go to the helm, off to the front of the ship. Let's see up here. Bridge officers. Heinrich Montag. Heinrich Montag, at your service. It's only tails after all. You just don't look like a bringer of woes to me. Was that about bringer of woes? Do you even need to say it? The moment you came aboard, Lady Theodora perished. So did her arch-militant, and as well as half our senior officers and a quarter of the Inferno Guild, along with the previous Inferno's master. What's worth, rations don't taste as good anymore, fire burns hotter, and that sinister look in your eyes. You survived a brush with the warp phenomenon, some in your distant past. Like you're about to put a curse on someone. This is what the woodsmen say, so it must be true. Ludicrous nonsense. Don't let it get to you. You'll get bored of it soon enough. Okay. Tell me more about this Inferno's Guild. What interests you the most? State-of-art equipment? Sounds interesting. We have plenty of those, like reminders. When you survive particularly hopeless accidents, you get a tattoo on your scar. You can always tell an experienced Infernus by their ink. It's like a badge of honor of sorts. Oh, interesting. The more tattooed he is, the more informed he is. I've learned everything I know so far. How did you come into the service? Not the usual way. The ancestors wronged yours and were appointed Inferni as a result. Hard labor, deadly risk, plenty of opportunities to the toad. Those criminals have been dead for generations, but we're still serving their time. We will find a redemption one day. Oh, it's enough for now, Heinrich. Okay, nothing else from him. Argenta.
Rogue trader.
You said you had a personal request for me?
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader.
Argentos. What is
The
that?
accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
Meet with the orphans? In arrangements for the meetings worth of the rogue trader, I will address the orphans with a speech. What good would a meeting do them?
These children are the future of your crew, and one day, they too will have to stand against evil and heresy as their parents did.
Okay.
By meeting them, by speaking the right words to them, you will honor the memory of the fallen heroes and light the way to heroes in the making. They will always remember the day they met the rogue trader. Besides, it will bolster the orphans' spirits, help them recover from their loss, which can be hard for someone so young.
Bolster their loss. Sounds like a good idea overall. I will meet with them, no formalities needed. They are children of the people who gave their lives for the Van Valences dynasty. My consideration is at least that they deserve.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
Of course, of course. I'm not sure they will survive this far, Draz, in this run. Me don't think so. We're playing a Judge Dredd character who is like overly zealous, dogmatic. Are we gonna put even Argenta into our shadow? A moldy group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from the fairy tale. Our indefinable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. It is hardly the Scola Proganium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instructions. Again, is standing on the side of the group. As you approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones! The master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet the Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius. You notice the first Master Heinrich Montic standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. Inferno's Master, do you serve as a teacher in the spare time? Not at all, your lordship. I'm just looking out for them. It's the Inferno's way to help folks in trouble. It's our job, after all. So we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many of the guilds are not our family, but blood by circumstance. Interesting, interesting. I know, Draz, you're all into heretic and be the bad guy. Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. The teacher keeps staring at you. A girl who's remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny pale lad tries to throw his shoulder back and stand in attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at that far end of the row seem sullen and particularly not impressed. One of the scrawling visitors, with a thin scar across his face, tosses a head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in dozens for your noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Agenda quickly turns to the boy, and a fear of emotion flashes in her dark eye, like she wants both to calm him and scold him. Ignore the interruption. Rest assured, you won't be abandoned. You will be taken care of. You can tell by their bright eyes that your words and their very fact of meeting the rogue trader in flesh have left an indelible impression to them. Young ones, you won't recognize them in a year or two. They will learn to salute and speak only with the permit by the superior officer. But right now, clowning around is all they know. Again interrupts her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement and leaves the bay. She saying something? Okay, she's just going. I can't get over it, but her hair looks like a wig. Could be just me, though. Could be just me. Odong-san! Welcome in. Lovely to have you. Lovely to have you. So, that was it. That was a decision where I could. I wonder what would happen if I would give the kids to Heinrich Monseg and his clan.
Greetings.
Thank you for the conversation until next time. That was all from her. Master Helmsman, anything from your sides? Just asking him about more intel about my people of the ship. I'm not really into it. No need to know. So, Abelards.
Lord Captain.
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as a rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Allow me the situation of the Kronos expense. What is what I need to know?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Kronos expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
Pirate vessels, you say?
Until recently, the Kronos expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see.
Oh
More
yeah, Xavier.
radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Kronos expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
The Expanse, little hints for their upcoming game. They knew already, back then when they did the text, but just didn't tell anybody. What are the main players that need to be aware in the Kronos Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Kronos Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Incendia Bastal Chorda. Okay.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Kronos Expanse.
Understood. So we have 2 other rogue trader entities in the sector. Winterscale, Chorder, and I being the third. who have a big influence. And we have the Kazbalika mission, who is a group of organized crime lords. We have the Ecclesiarchy, followers of Saint Drusus, who have also high influence on rogue trader Chorda. We have the Adeptus Mechanicus, who are seeking technology above anything else. So we have these three factions. Did I miss anything? Okay. Overall, quite a range of characters we're playing around here. Lessa, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Quite a few characters that we have here. Conrad, you're our previous master of whispers. What can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valacius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day.
Oh.
His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake.
I understand.
If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
Well, probably not, because he has definitely an advantage on that.
As you wish,
Probably
Lord
not.
Captain.
I'm gonna take my leave until next time, Central.
Lord Captain.
Good. We have here Yocasta Sourback. Greetings, Lord Captain. They're wearing Imperial Navy armor? How do you come by it? I inherited it from the previous Master of Arms. Like the esteemed Seneschal, he left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him, established a tradition upon death or resignation as of an officer. His or her armor would be passed to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. What is your opinion about me as the Lord Captain? I will not dare form opinions, your lordship. That would be unforgivable brazen upon me. My duty is to serve, not to ill-evaluate. Wow. I want to know more about your service. I'm ready to answer the question. What are the Master-at-Arms' duties? You're responsible for holding safety and order aboard the ship. Guard duties, patrols, finding, punishing troublemakers. In a sense, not necessarily what the Arbites do, because the Arbites are collectors of the tithe. They don't necessarily deal with pesky guard patrols and duty. They have these guys to do that job for. I will not repeat the mistakes of the previous Master-at-Arms. Can be sure of that. Okay. How do you maintain order, though, since we have thousands of people on this vessel? 2 words, Lord Captain. Suppression and fear. The base nature of rebel cries in the iron grip. Lest they give to their animal urges, we have many well-tested measures to prevent it. Random night searches, preemptive interrogations, corporal punishments, and executions. Okay. That's all for now. Okay, Sarabak is my security officer. Yandris. Greetings, Your Lordship. Yandris Danrock at your service. I wish to bolt some retinue. My retinue and I need of training. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Okay, we can get some more information about the factions. But not necessarily want to know that yet. Enough questions for now. I shall return. Anybody else here on the bridge that we can talk to? Nothing, nothing, nothing. There was Adira still. Let's have a quick question with Adira. Let me hear you tell me my augury, Adira. What awaits me in the future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Raven, welcome in.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
Oh. What does that mean?
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
Wow. Wow. When we get a heretic run? I think at the end from the Rogue Trader saga, when all the DLCs and season passes are out, and we have the full content of it, of everything, then I think we're gonna do an most nastiest heretic run possible.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison.
If you played it already once, you know what she's talking about. It's so
the
wild.
dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
Skulls for the skull, for the blood god. Skulls for the golden fern. Jerry, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in somehow, but for now...
But now I would like to know what is between you and Argenta.
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices, ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
I must take my leave, that was all.
Of course. Always at your service, whenever you need me.
Interesting, so... Indira's powers might come in handy, although if she steps out of line, it's over. It is over. Let's have a look at the map. Let's have a look at the map, and we should also have a look at our ship. Greetings, Panda. They've changed her voice to be more West Indian. It's still the same voice from the beginning of the game. They've not changed anything there. Maybe they've amplified the quality of it, and you're hearing that out of there. So, upgrade the hull. How much scrap do we have? 100? The RAM. Let's just upgrade the hull for 50. I'm happy with that. So we're over here. Do I straight up go to Eurac 5? Or to Rank Admiral Morris? Let's go straight up to Eurac 5. Lord Captain, Showmaster Zachary Weiss is asking to speak to you in private channel.
Greetings, your lordship. I can report that the Chor is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hope of picking up voices from the dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we have heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's tumult, something is screaming. The scream is driving your Chor mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the dynasty's world. It is coming from the rugged system Astrophabic Station.
I do not think we've been introduced.
Indeed not, and we meet under lamentable circumstances. My name is Zachary Weiss, and I'm proud of the tour master of your ship's astrophatic cure. The duty I perform is to keep you in contact with the Expanse via the astrophabic messages sent through the warp by trained psychics.
What is the nature of that scream?
We do not know, your lordship, but it is brought to the Immaterium to a boil. Oh, it has always been a violent, roaring ocean that could spell doom to any of who could consider stepping into its waters. Now, however, it has become a cradle of madness, where the expelled images fuse together, twisting and cackling before crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. A mighty warp storm, the likes of which I cannot recall, rages in the Empyrean. It fills me with terror.
If the scream stops, we'll be able to contact someone. I humbly... I humbly hope so, your lordship. Perhaps we'll manage to send a call for aid from the Van Valence's worlds or one of the dynasty's allies. So it's more of an island twist set. Maybe just did not notice it before. Could be, because they altered a lot of the voice lines, Cheerio. Pana says it over reminds me of the pit fighting in Star Wars The Old Republic. That's a great game, by the way. 1 second. So I got some watermelon juice in my lungs. We're gonna go pay a visit to that station then.
Thank you, your lordship.
The psychic scream on the Astrophabic Station. Up there. Okay, we're gonna go to Eurac 5 and then go up there and check what's going on. Lord Captain, reporting the heralds of Navis nobility continue to maintain vox silence. Perhaps Eurac 5 being off limits to visitors. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station docks. Presumably, it has the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps it is esteemed the Navis nobility house requires aids. Scan the station. Yes, your lordship. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, but information is imprecise. The note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We are able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The sign of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. I'm sorry, Lord Captain, the station does not reply. Then order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. And may the God Emperor Light have your way. Let's go. Oh man, apologies. It's really stuck in my throat. Jeebus. No. Okay. There's a lot of dead people.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess! What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
There was not voice before. Wretches, you will be consigned of oblivion for your transgression against House of Celio. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House of Celio, I command you to execute the infidels. He just shotgun blasted there. Shouldn't that hit the other one as well? Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. Strange guests, you say? Step back or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Abelards, if you be so kind. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader, Kormakr von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate of the Corroder's expense and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that the nobility custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the, unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. I love to be introduced by a ballard. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stand Felix Christoph August, keeper of this place. So, you did not arrive to offer support to the traders. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Eurac 5 is a holy sanctum for House of Celio, and a path to it's only revealed to a selected few. It pains me to say you're not on the guest list. Ooh, still stuck there. Provide me with a navigator and we'll immediately depart from the station. I do not think this is possible. Eurac 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of the infinity and chart the movements of the warp storm. And besides, you have chosen an inopportune time for negotiation. I've came here in search of a navigator, so you coming with me. Is that so? I do not think so. You cannot force me. You can only end my life, but this is not your heart desire, is it? Perhaps we can help one another and reach a more beneficial agreement. Maybe. But do you know anything of a man called Heinrich von Kalux? And Lord Inquisitor's Inquisitor? The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator. I think I would know if such an important individual decided to pay us a visit. Let me hear of your agreement, then. You came to the station for a reason. House of Celio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators. So in other words, you're telling me that we're getting a navigator if we help you? Okay. What is happening on the station then? Where did all the corpses come from? Betrayal! A most banal thing in the life of nobility, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend Theobald Celio, the second keeper of Eurac 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are torturing her upstairs while we're idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask for such a favor in different circumstances, and yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precious and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. I order the ascent of the Mistress Chamber. Will need to remake the holy relic sanctified by the blood of Lady Ursula herself. There's a control rod of the elevator machine spirit. How do I remake that rod? I have a phylactery containing the Mistress' blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind the doors. The most ancient sacred mechanism will help rebuild the rod. The fateful hour is now upon us. How should I power it? The station's main conjugator is situated in the in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the secret mechanism will do the rest. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked with the very same madmen. I guess that makes sense. I will rescue Mistress, but in return I require that the House of Celius sign a contract with the Protectorate. So be it. Hurry the Mistress' safety is all that matters, but should you fail, our arrangement is finished. Okay. Let's restart the elevator. The corpses are mauled by force beyond an immortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain. Ricky, how you doing? Felt like he's a traitor of the Emperor and must be punished. We do not know that yet. Multi-tool. Collect that.
Is there money to be made?
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
Who's crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Greetings, Ricky, by the way. Welcome in. So what command is up there? I think I'm gonna squeeze in from this side. Look at Cassia, Navigator. I have a fantastic Navigator miniature this high of Cassia. I can show it to you guys if you want to see it. Said forever must not let the miscreant defile House of Celio. By the will for House of Celio.
To arms!
Two arms. Speaking of animations. Yeah. We've done that already, thank you kindly. Start a battle. So moving up here and to give me shots.
I'll do it.
Down the road.
Eradicated.
Good, one down. Run and gun. Taking another round of shots. Putting the hymn up. And reloading. Have you ever tried coming to Eurac 5 after going to the other planets for the first part of the game? I did for the first time in this playthrough, and the order of things changed a lot. Interesting verdict. Can't remember. I think we normally always go straight up here. But I guess there is a lot of changes depending on what you do first.
Weapon at the ready. My faith strengthens me. Stay vigilant.
Follow!
So far, no hits. So far, no hits at all. We're moving over here. We're doing a shout to the guard Medicae. Good. Straight up killed him. Then we are giving Abelard some foreseeing. And we're scanning the Squad Commander.
Follow my lead.
There we go. So moving up here. Let's move up here. And then run and gun. Let's take a shot.
Your enemy down.
Ooh, it worked. Nice.
High momentum.
It will be done. Blocking the way.
Break.
I'll brush
Follow
this
my
off.
lead. Weapon at the
Why did I not foresee this?
Blocking the path off. Moving up. The monsters are mostly the same, but the things between said monsters can be different phrasing. That's so interesting, verdict. I love it. I love that fact. $35. Let's give it a try. Oh! Reverend Slaughter.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. Faith without deeds is worthless.
God damn it. They're ready?
Thou
Oh! Oh! There we go.
whether the real endure.
And that burst fire did hurt. It did hurt. Let's shoot you to bits. Give it also some dodging. And let's do some analysis on the guard defender back there. So I think he's the only survivor at the moment. So we'll move up here. And that's it. Abelard also moving up here. Some nice shots.
The enemies of the Emperor will
Let's
be
get over there.
undone.
26%. So, oh, Abelard has that already. My bad. Moving over here. A run and gun. 23%. Oh my goodness, we hit him. His head just went straight off. straight whoop.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
So what do we have here? Last gun. Move that back. Some flak chest armor. We'll take 2 only. Let's have a look here. I think I want a last gun in case I have something in range to attack. This armor is not the same. The other one is even better because it's a heavy one. The other one has a higher dodge chance. There's no dodge penalty. And your mesh armor is also better than this here. Okay, add to cargo this one as well. Same goes for the auto pistol. Right, Ricky, that miss. Oh, there she. Oh, there she.
I always have a backup plan.
Wait, what did we find? What kind of backpack thing was that? Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor, yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad of the Chant's personal guard. Bodyguard and bro, well, you are a strapping lad. You will probably make it for the cycle of 3. It has worn down better men than me. What even if the point of your brains turn into mush? I may grip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like the little shit stain that kept stealing. Or I hope. What happened to that one? Threw himself out of the depressuring chamber because some voices told him so. Calm down, Keeper Felix. He said that the squad will not have to serve the Chant for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlikely that fished eye, what? What was it? From himself out of the pressure. There we go. Unlikely that fish died. Be quiet, he might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the catering units. We haven't let in a single outsider over in 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the shrieking if he finds out that Keeper Felix didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. Throne forbid, I try to steer clear of the squabbles among the Highborn. Oh, so he's helping Lord Winterscale. Interesting. Why would he do that? It looks like he grew tired of Winterscale's science visit. Well, it's always a pleasure to eat Keeper Felix. That's right. If you Highborn have grown tired of each other, let them deal with it. Okay, so there was some internal fighting amongst them. What happened? Seems like he and Keeper Felix did not come along quite nicely. On training were the sevens of the Court of the Novice Nobility. We're gonna take that with us, but not read it. Jack, welcome aboard. Hope to see you having an interest in the drops. Statue of a famous Xalixian sculptor. Bomb on the ground. There we go. I'm curious, Verdict or Ricky, if you're still around. How is the encounter different if you go here at a later point? Hello, what was that? Navigator flash sample. Ew.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
Let the people grieve. Lady Theodora was with us so long that we started to believe she was immortal.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Maybe she was immortal in the sense of, like, you know, nastily stuff happening. Mass pattern sword, melee weapon, one-handed with a cleave, parry. You are already all about chain swords, right? Bonus on persuasion with the silk gloves. Let's grab those, and then we give the extra attack to Argenta for the moment. Yeah. Let's give it that sword. In case somebody comes too close. So she can shoot. Because at the moment she cannot shoot point blank. Let's see. Tech open. Unblocked. Beautifully.
I always keep my options open.
Over there!
Okay, the fusion is in this room. Okay. This arm.
Never doubt me.
Guard, defender, and another guard in there. Good. Some goodies. What do we have here?
Did you hear the screams?
Move! Sir, are you right? We can't hear anything.
Screams, whispers, in the walls. They talk to me. They. Now I see you're in a league of them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors.
Sir, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself, sir.
Now you're all traitors. Traitors. All of you. They told me. They whispered. Hey. Who are you?
What the frick? We got shot by that? No. They have a head trauma. They don't seem to be dead. It looks like. Looks like they're not dead. They concentrated the PvP zones to the northern portion of the maps instead of sporadic finding of the resources. It's more of a contact slog. I gotcha. Well, can be good, can be bad.
Always keep your eye on
Open
the
door number one.
prize.
I better myself through my service.
Nice goodies. All kinds of cargoes. Oh, what's that? Carapace chest plates, a light armor, and a long lance, and fire grenades. Hello. Hello. Can we have, This is a light one, right? Armor 20, dodge penalty none. So it's the same as the flank armor. Okay, I'll grab that. I'll grab that. And additional hit chance, 25%. Deadeye shots. For the moment, what did we give Orgenta in terms of abilities? Talents. She has bolter proficiency and flame weapon proficiency. Okay. But I still think that she will shoot better with this weapon than with a bolter. Plus it does a lot of more damage, has the seam armor penetration. But it doesn't have daka daka. What? Let's give it a try. Have the long mass. And we'll see where it goes.
Is there money to be made?
Simple as. Research notes. Can somebody find me the link for the riddle with the research notes that is later happening? Ooh, there. Where's the child? Can you save us? For some reason, the arch-enemy Twisted Influence has found its way into the station. I mean, they're freaking navigators. They're interacting with the warp. What do you expect? Awaken the Cogitator spirits. Awaken the Cogitator. Machine spirit grants you access to the Cogitator system. Main elevator controls. Activate the elevator. Processing query confirmed. Switch to main chamber controls. Open all doors on the levels. Processing. 4. No. Protocol has been executed. A passage has been opened. 5. According to report, this door has been already opened. 3. The compartment you are trying to open is depressurized. Has been open, has already been opened. Okay. We have opened the door. Open sesame. Good. Request data on the station's navigator. See about Roselio is alive and Feligoselio is alive. So we gotta have a look at the report. This is Officer 828. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the power level. The tech priest crew sent to investigate. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression in the living quarters. Why? We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior Station Officer, this is the captain speaking. We attempt to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure if it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. The vox recordings are too badly distorted to make an even single word. Recent entries of the incident log. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. The negotiation with the Winterscales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainees' resistance to the child's power. Data expunged. Docking log. Identity confirmed. Regent, Aronto, or Celio. Aronto. Aronto. Okay. Examine the security and life support logs. Maybe it's important to know that name, Aronto, later on. Warning! Damage in technical compartments. 812, B3, D8. It's like playing that shipping vessel destroying thing. Living quarters L are depressurized, unable to access the station docking system. Engine regulation system, unknown error. With the encrypted data. Requires access level security captain or above. Breakthrough. Failed. That's a shame. Cold rocket maneuvers for help. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in a conjugator's mechanism. Okay, so this is getting jammed. Good, we've activated the powers. Elevator is gone.
Rise to the
going
top,
again.
or get left in the dust.
But still, we have not made the rod thing. Oh. Heresy has found its way to the walls. This is not good. What do we have here? Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guns wide open. Wow. What do we have here? Meteoritic chunk. And a Ripper auto pistol. The auto pistol, I guess, is not considered a shotgun. I'll have to double check, but I don't
Keep
think...
your wits about you.
Don't think it comes into the shotgun category. It's more like a bolt pistol, right? Solid projectile weapons have an increased 50% over penetration. what she said. Armor penetration 10. Any better than the last gun. Two-handed solo projectile shotgun. Could be cool if it has somewhere the info Adeptus to start his equipment. Okay. Not really telling what kind of weapon is this. What info are you looking for? If that Ripper gun would be considered a shotgun. But I think it's more like a old pistol-ish thing. Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor, barely discernible traces. It's a burst pistol. Gotcha. Thank you, last verdict. Good. We have some vials. More parts and odds and
I always have a backup plan.
There we go. Can somebody find the link for the riddle? What to put where? Not, of course, we can find it out ourselves by reading through the notes. So what's happened here, basically, is that the navigators or the seers, they have a third eye, right? They have an extra eye. They're mutants up here. And they can see into the whale. They can communicate over long distances. They can navigate your ship through it as well, and not go completely bazonkas. The downside is that people around them get affected by it. So what they tried here is to do a lot of experiments on, of course, the child, as they call her, and also on the people, in order to make them somewhat more resistant to that, and also tried out other different not so humane things with them. Thank you, Candy. Verdict. So, Lady Cass's Medicaid. Is the goods with the info on what was placed and how. We'll make the control rod. That's our main objective. There we go, past 10 minutes to do so. The transducer. So, let's put the Psy crystal into the transducer. To get out crystal dust. Let's put adamantine in there to get that one as well. Good. Another goods item on the grounds. Or was it telling us about what to do? Tissue flask. Put a mutated flesh into the tissue flask. Mutated flesh sample. Regent flask. One the crystal dust. Catalyst flask. One biogel. And as the connector, we want the H for 1. H for 1, okay. Activate. Good. Now we got some goods. The adaptive antidotes. Grants immunity to toxic damage and inflicts minus penalty to toughness until the end of combat. Caddy, how you doing? Oh, this puzzle. Yeah. It's not that harsh. You can find all the information in the data scripts of the whatever experiments they do in there, but that's See, then I just am too lazy after the third time to do this and read through it again. So, flash sample. Catalyst flask. No, Regent flask right here. The adamantine dust. In the catalyst and the tissue. Oh, tissue we have already. Regents, there we go. Crystal, yeah, Regent, catalyst. Catalyst, there we go. The catalyst is acids. And the data crypt is K4O. There we go. Beautifully. I think that's it. What we can do here. There's still that meteor chunk. Not sure if it comes something out of it. We can try, of course. The last bits to see if there's something happening. Boom! There we go. Baka, welcome aboard. Thank you. So, transducer. Nothing I can do there anymore. There's loot that we left behind. How dare we? How dare we leave loot behind? Cannot happen. You remember what exploded was a spoiler? That's okay. So, what do we have here? Goran's weapon. Wait, what? Willpower bonus, low warp. Ah. That is for you, milady. Come, milady. There we go. What kind of build are we running? We are running an Arbites. Full extremist dogmatic shotgun build. Is what I want to try out. With Avalons, I want to go into some sort of shields user to try the new shields mechanics. See what we can squeeze out of there with the shields. And then we'll see. Already checked the other sides? I think so. Let me go back. I think we checked it all. I think we checked it all.
I always keep my options open.
Yeah, we did check it all. What kind of build are you running, Nekobaka? Also, so lovely to have you here. Thanks a lot for hanging out with us. If you enjoy your stay here, please consider hitting the heart button, follow us. Become part of the Discord as well. A lot of fam. I would love to do a full playthrough of this, depending, of course, on your interest. If you want to watch and tackle it through with me. And see all the new content and how it plays out.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
We have 100% athletics check, so I don't think we are anywhere close to having issues there. So, turn it on. Control rod is required. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember,
Every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. The crossroads, there are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the cursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, they all fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor.
Ignore the Psyker. The station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Here's the key. Give me a navigator. Thank you, Rogue Trader. I don't even know what to say. Status and honor prevent me from admitting before now. But you have awoken hope in me. Hope that I might actually leave the station together with the mistress, which is why I'm about to ask you one last favor. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator's powers. Their absence makes me a living target. But this weapon is useless against you, as is the bunch of lunatics wielding it. I humbly ask you to deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with with the relic of our house, a sacred amulet against all evil. Recent events have badly disturbed Lady Cass's psyche, and warp entities always lust for weaker souls.
I have grown tired of being your errand boy. A pity. We are one step away from the eternal friendship. Felix laughs bitterly and opens the third eye. Guards!
No mercy to those who oppose Von Valancius!
You little shit! You little shit! I'm gonna kill butts you. I didn't kill butts, by the way. Welcome in.
Yeah, the results always show the role you do with your best character. Playing Keeper's Toll right now, but it's gonna be hard to not just go for a Blade Dancer build again. It's just so strong. I try to experiment with different builds, and go for flavor and roleplay instead of OP-ness necessarily of the builds. That's why I like the normal difficulty instead of unfair. I could handle unfair, but it's so much min-maxing on unfair that you cannot really enjoy a lot of flavor stuff that you could create, if you get my drift. Gods! Chad, start your chainswords. We're in fights. So, Felag is first. Bodyguard. 2 bodyguards over there. With 4 bodyguards over there. This would be nasty. So that bodyguard will be first. Then Argenta, and I think I can deal with these 2 bodyguards in one go. So I'm gonna bring Argenta over here. Abelard. Over there. Eurac over here and Abelard come over here. Okay, let's try the battle. Oh, went up there to help. No shot hit so far. Good, that means we can. Do you want to double shotgun them? If I go one closer and shoot like that, then it's point blank for both. Because it's 3 tiles away, so we're gonna go one step closer and take a shot. Bam! That knocked him over. Mark them. Then we're gonna do this here and shoot again. Completely slaughtered that poor boy. Argenta. You played on unfair Grimdark, so you had to min-max? Of course. If you go to higher difficulties, you have to min-max. I found unfair to be most fun if you optimize Casa Heinrichs to be support, then you can get away with anything. I kind of wish that enemies had more HP, less damage, so many classes scale up over multiple turrets. Yeah, it's definitely a harsh balancing issue that they have to play around with. So, who's next? That bodyguard, that bodyguard, and that bodyguard. The bodyguard has a SLS gun. So, do I want to completely eradicate you with that, or do I go for a dead shot eye? Boom!
Is a prayer.
I'm gonna move over here. Taking another shot.
I will bathe this battlefield in
And
righteous fury.
Put the hymn out. And we're good to go.
My fence. Me.
Ow!
Whispers.
Oh no,
Call to
Adira's
me.
getting hammered. Let's move up here. Can I charge you? I can charge you.
Indeed.
That's a charge. That's a swing. You got it.
Stay big.
Good. Adira's losing a turn because of being prone. That's a big poo-poo. That's me.
Never stood a chance.
Ooh, baby.
Another enemy down.
There we go. Run and gun. Moving up closer. Nice. So, Argenta. Let's shoot here with a burst in the middle. There we go. Introduce our auto reload for you. That's okay. So, gonna move a little bit closer. So you can do a charge. You can do again. Ow. There we go. Beautifully. We did it.
I always
We
have
did
a
it.
backup plan.
Was an easy find. We're called Sisters of a Battle for good reason. That is true. Do you want to heal you with Abalot? I'll take care of that wound. Perfect. Perfect. Rip apart the bodyguards. So we're gonna keep one shotgun. Let's see, is that shotgun better than what we have? 10 to 15. No, it's the same one. Empty cargo. Empty cargo. Empty cargo. Good. Oh yeah, grenades. Totally forgot about that. Take some. Healing bag. Grenades. Grants immunity to warp damage. That might come in handy. So, let's see what else they have. More materials. You probably have some specific staff, I could imagine. What we have here? Dead shot stop revolver. Doop doop doop. Or freaking badass. Anybody of you tried the dual pistol class? Let's have a look here. What we're using of this here. Armored body glove. Is that better than you have? It is exactly the same. What is the eye think? Hit chains and critical hit chains. That sounds like something I would like to have on me. Grand's logic. I need Pascal. Pascal, I need you in the group as fast as possible. You made Giant a dual pistol. In a few runs, pretty reliable. Always preferred handguns plus melee. I think dual pistol, if you go the Mandalorian style, is so overpowered. It's insane.
Keep your wits about you.
Let's go up. So Vikings, dear viewers, who's she crying? I say, why are you crying? But more importantly, whom should we romance in this run? So we're also getting a little bit affected by that. Spiel. A pale figure with an unnaturally long limb covers her face and hands. By the way, type in 1 in chat if you want to a little showcase of Cassia's figurine that I've got sent over from Alcat. My next shoulder, I want to do a shotgun soldier bounty hunter and just pump out a ton of attacks per turn. That sounds intriguing. I want to go for the overseer class with me and have pets. The only love in your life should be law. Fair point. Yeah. Fair point. I mean, look at us. Look at us. So what if I get one in chat? I'm gonna get up and pick it up. Her spine gel slightly hidden under this disheveled hair twitch nervously as you approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by jeweled ornaments. And when your eyes meet, you sense an overwhelming, soul-smothering power. Dude, I highly recommend you turn Heinrichs into support overseer in this playthrough. It feels so good. Yes, we do. We will. We're gonna have all the pets. As the otherworldly creature slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of the past warp nightmares emerge from the shadows of your memory and paralyze your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crashing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn your cheeks. Why is this happening? Do these feelings even belong to you? Oh! Ow! As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Abelard, is this Lady Cassia, I presume? That would be such a line that I will throw at her. By the Emperor, if you do not stop your sorcery immediately, I will shoot you in the head. Oh, it succeeded perfectly. She only shakes her hand and lets out a drawn-out sound, similar to both a sob and a howl. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And who are you? You, girl, may address me as your lordship rogue traitor. And under whose intelligence did you learn etiquette? The Space Wolves? I'm Lady Navigator Cassia Tisivialfa Evriala Orselio. You may address me as... What is this? I feel faint. Oof. Theobald, a heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into slow sob, his eyes swollen from crying, darts desperately around the room. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Secret child, throne preserve. You. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It's threaded with jet-black veins and is bulging. Milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. And Indira said earlier that one is a traitor and one is blind with her vision. It is so mind-blowing, the spoilers and hints she gives you, that in your first playthrough you make no sense of them, because what the hell is she talking about? But when you replay it, you're like getting her drift, riddles. It is such a cool feature. Such a cool feature. Last word, you gave me their good idea there. I'm missing one in chat to stand up and go and pick up Cassia's mini figurine that I have. That's called good writing. It is. It is. It's like our cat is well done. Well done. Reminds me of the psycho vampires in the Bloodlines games. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out of either enemy or ally. I'm warning you. One wrong move will bring the wrath of House of Cellu down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. We might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. At present, I'm trying to determine what is happening on Eurac 5. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of the Wrecked Station, or like scoundrels in Felix service, so who are you? Abelard? Introduce us. His Lordship Rogue Trader Kormakr von Valensis, heir of the greatest protectorate in the Corona's expense and bearer of the sacred word of trade, extends his greetings. Another rogue trader is our concern of the galaxy, in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House of Cellu now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for our future cooperation. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. You look frightening. What service do you ask of me? Save the sacred child, take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. Blush rivulet trickles down the old man's chin. He wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange birds covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Abelard looks like Maurice from Madagascar. Oh my god, it's Ricky. Oh, what an immersion killer. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aronto, acting head of a House of Cellu in the Corona's expense. But Aronto did deals with Winterscale. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. Just a second ago, again, you wanted to blast her into bits. You're talking as though you're expecting to die. My services to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I'm dying, praise the throne, slowly enough to see the child is taken care of. You need help? There is a Medicaid deck on my ship. No, I am the keeper of Eurac 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have another matter to attend to. What happened between you and Felix? Felix is my wayward student. He came to Eurac 5 as a fellow Yelf. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be another traitor. You can see the fruits of my villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our navators, Tisiphone or Celio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. If I get accused of treachery, Theobald, why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers, I never thought I would fall so low. If the child's life were not to stake, very well, I have no choice or prove my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Narvilis nobility, if the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you. I believe I have made my decision. Plague Breeder. I see you are with Uncle Nurgle. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate it. Cassio shall come with me. That is good, but do allow us to say our proper farewells.
Wake up, my mistress.
Oh, yes,
my
now.
sacred child. It is all over now. It is...
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Maybe.
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house of its regent in the Corollas Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
Another trickle of blue blood runs down the old man's face, this time from his nose and ears.
No! Not you too! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! You're coming with me! Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Eurac 5, and alas, I have less than a day left in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances. I don't think so. I would probably pressurize the urgency here as an Arbites. Forgive the urgency, but we should leave the station immediately. The systems are unstable and may fail at any moment.
But this is my home.
Please, child, do not be stubborn. Remember your duty to the house, and let those thoughts bring you strength.
What are you going to do to me?
Strip you to my bed. If you wish to leave the station alive, you must first sign a contract. You will undertake to serve as my navigator until I release you from the obligation. Lady Cassia, let us aid one another. Become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orselio at the earliest opportunity.
Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it is difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Eurac 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on the board of my ship.
Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go. I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Okay. Ooh, and we've leveled up. We have leveled up. Do. Bingy time. Hello, Dragon Lady. How you doing? I love these moments when we're leveling up. So, do I want more agility? Or do I want even more ballistic skill? Ballistic skill. We want to shoot even better. We want to shoot even better. So... oh, what do I grab now? The soldier gives a sign that they're about to open fire. The soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. That comes in handy because then I can shotgun into my group without taking damage on them. Dash is nice for repositioning and not provoking attack of opportunities. But next ranged area attack made by the soldier deals 100% damage and has additional dodge reduction. That just makes our shotgun Daka even stronger. 100% more damage. It's not. And we're getting double slug. The shotgun attack allows the arbitrator to make 2 single shots against the target. And Gross Education, the shotgun attack has 10% additional armor penetration and inflicts 15 level of bleeding. Oh, dude, holy shit. Concentrated fire. Concentrated fire we're gonna start with. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let's go with Reckless Strike first. Do I want more athletics or carouse? $35. Poison, alcohol, we give you access to new dialogue options if we have enough carouse. Let's go with athletics with you. Yeah. Idira. Are we already getting new Psyker level? Are we that far? Mind with vision, warp lines. Psyker Minoris is at level 9. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Dribble, welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. Psychic powers that have range of 2 sounds or more have their range increased. Oh. We can shout further. I'm open for suggestion, of course. Vikings, I'm open for suggestions if you have any suggestions of abilities. Then feel free to speak them out. And of course, I need the Y to it as well. Whenever the operative attacks an enemy at full wounds, the attack deals 40% more damage. Does that count with the warp powers as well? What do you want to build the deer into doing? Pure warp Daka. Grants for warp powers as well. That could be a nice opener, so let her open attack enemies and start combat with a shout of hers. But we're definitely gonna go for all kinds of warp powers. Edge of Fate. At the beginning of every combat, the Psyker's allies gain critical hit chance. The first critical hit removes that effect. Scanning Saturn. Range for psychic abilities is always good. I agree. Every time the psychic deals mental damage from any source other than aftershock, the target suffers half as much mental damage at the end of their next turn. Aftershock. What is aftershock? Every time the psychic deals mental damage from any source other than aftershock, the target suffers half his maximum mental damage. Aftershock. Out of Excellency is really good for focus. Aftershock is the damage that it deals. It can proc off itself. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Every peril of the warp increased the momentum by 12. Also nice. So you would recommend Tide of Excellence. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and armor penetration until the end of combat. Only applies to the first strike or projectile in a burst attack. I sure this triggers together with psychic abilities. Tighter, longer range, both are super good, and you probably want to get them both as soon as you can. Psychic powers proc exploits, gotcha. Let's go for range first. And grab what was it called again? Passive learning. I'm gonna do the passive learning, I think, a little bit later. Ninja Feet Bringer. Oh, which one was now the... range ability? Predict downfall? Natural luck, no. Mental rage, mind siege, mind thief. Weak hearts. Barrage. Uncanny sight. Uncanny sight that was. No, that's not the one. Talking about the reach for psychic abilities. It's shotgun time. Janelli, I love the shotgun. It is fantastic feeling. It's a fantastic feeling. Uncanny sight is not the range thing that I'm looking for. There's one was where I could shoot fast further away with my psychic abilities. I had it earlier. What the hell? Second sight. That's the one. That's the one. Psychic powers that have a range of 2 cells or more have their range increased by +4. I can shoot further. That's the one. Got the name mixed up. Don't worry, there's so many names of those. It's quite hard to check. Why does it recommend me intelligence on her? Although I'll definitely pick both in times. For each point intelligence bonus, character deals plus 5% more damage with non-burst ranged attack areas. I mean, it gives me a little bit of lore power, but I'm gonna pump her willpower. She's gonna do warp shenanigans like there's no tomorrow. It recommends in because she's an operative, and in is like their core stat, but it doesn't really make sense for Psychers because Psychers' powers are so much better than operative stuff. Okay, that's why. Because it's focused on the operative class, and that's why it recommends those. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, ballistics, of course. I want to shoot even more. Burst fire are not area attacks, so therefore I'm gonna go with rapid fire. Soldiers next to ranged burst attack will have its base rate of fire doubled, but deals less damage. All the shots will follow random trajectories. Only works with weapon capable of burst fire. Yeah. More Daka with the bolter. Okay, with you. Control shot with flamers. That's a good one. That's a good one for later on. So we had another +1 here. I'm gonna quickly jump off and show you the Casa miniature. Because I got a Warrant of Trade from Alcat. I got the banner of the Valancios to hang up. It's hanging to my right. I hope at some point I can build my studio in the cellar so I can bring all these cool items closer to the camera and have a wide angle camera. And then we're gonna draw down the green screen and have this closer angle thing. And whenever I'm in this scene, for example, and talk to you guys, we're gonna have the big thing. Bear with me 1 second. Also, we have a huge Viking round shield that I built, where I put names on there when people are either gifting 5 subs or donating a good amount to the channel. But because of the green screen behind me and getting the shield back and forth was a pain in the ass, so kind of stopped for the moment, but it will return. This is the model. Looks very fantastically well done. High attention to detail. Here she has the open eye. I can take the eye out if I want to and put the closed eye on the forehead. But I think this gives it a little nice note to it. Has the hand high. Everything is highly detailed and kind of like in an like it feels like proper wood. This feels a little bit like some sort of rubber. Also the fabric and everything is like highly detailed, standing on these tubes and pipes pedestal. I mean, very high attention to detail, very high quality module, and just overall looking badass, I would have to say. And was a lot of attention to details to the place where she's standing on. And lovely. So many purity seals. Oh yeah, extremely. You can see if you look closely to her cheeks. I'm not sure you can see that, your face cheeks. You can see that the blood corruption thing coming a little bit through on the cheeks and the neck. It's wonderful detail. Wonderful detailed model. So. What the frick did I put it now? Let's move it over here. Good. Back to the game. Good. With you. Does she proc? It also increases the chances of resisting negative mental effects of psychic powers. I think you should go also. Was it willpower as well for her? Her navigator powers? I think so. Agenta is by, find me. Fantastic. Agenta is fantastic, I agree with you. Abilities. Bonus from willpower resistance tests. The damage itself is Navigator's willpower bonus. Okay. So it's willpower. Willpower. Oh my goodness, what do we get first here? Because all of it is fantastically well. I have to say, all of her powers are insanely good. Allies that are targeted by the Navigator's powers gain armor. Additional armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation and increases the infusing parameter of the staff as well. Navigators gain fellowship, an additional 1 fellowship for every Navigator's talents or Navigator power taken. So we could improve her fellowship just through that passively. Under my protection, allies that are targeted by the abilities gain resistance test against warp effects until the end of combat. That effect stacks with every applied ability. Holy crap. While not the effect of any Navigator power, the enemies have their armor reduced by 11. This reduction is increased by the devastating parameter of the staff. It's not stuck. I got Mastery of Time early on. Mastery of Time. Whenever the ally in combat gains an extra turn, the Navigator gains a stacking bonus to willpower until the end of combat. It stacks up to 5 times. Oh, that's actually very powerful. Jesus. That's a good call there, Verdict. Very good call, because we have an extra turn through run and gun. It's actually not really an extra turn. Does it consider it as an extra turn, run and gun, for example? Or does it only consider an extra turn through the officer powers? Or the legendary ones? Nonetheless, we can do a lot of extra turns. There's a Master of Time early on is actually not a bad call there. Officers and the like. Exactly. Little Owl, how you doing? Welcome in. Lovely to have you. Whenever an ally uses an heroic act, that ally gets temporary wounds. The range of the officer's ability is increased by 3, and the voice of command is increased by 6. Ooh, that's nice. Let's give some range of officer powers. Or should I go for more eye powers here? The Navigator's perception is higher than their agility. Their dodge is calculated using perception instead. Whitehill and Vince, thank you for the follows. Welcome in. Love to have you. Perilous Ways. Enemies moved by the Navigator's power suffer damage. We're not there yet. Stable routes. I want to keep a little bit the veil in check. With her. I think that's what we gotta go for. Eye of Oblivion also is good for passive debuffing. Eye of Oblivion. So many choices here. Every enemy the Navigator has their line of sight are have the dot and hit chance reduced by 5. That's great. I'll take that. I'll take that. Complete. Onwards. Bailey's also kept, but not overusing Deer's power. You have not seen me play then. Goodbye, mistress. Treasures. Take them. And being left around in the bedroom. Man, that is one hell of a bedroom, I have to say.
Always keep.
I know there's a way to bring up the fight up here, and they both kind of die, and then it you get the bonus grand armor. Do you get both staffs from both of them? Willpower and perceptive 5. Staff of House Arcelio. Castigating. Okay, has the same thing. Needs strength 35 to hold the revolver. I mean, I could give you the dead shot stop revolver for the moment until we find the shields. Looks badass. Good.
Let us know, Dawdle.
It alternates our operator skills. The staff? No, it's the same one. It's the exact same. It's a copy pasta. So it seems like you would know. Can you briefly explain the loot system when it comes to ship stuff? It's one part of the game that I really don't understand. You pick up all the cargo, but what purpose does it serve? So the loot stuff with the cargo, Janelli, is like that. You're generating cargo of all kinds of items. Where is it? Ship. Cargo management. You're generating all kinds of cargo. When you fill enough of a cargo, it becomes a full cargo shipment, and gets here then as a completed cargo thing, and has a specific category. It could be holy gifts, could be seen artifacts, provisions, whatsoever. You have 3 or 4 factions out there that will increase in reputation when you sell these kind of cargo types to them. The higher reputation is, the more access to resources you have, because you don't have actually money in here because you're a rogue trader. You are rich beyond belief. You just have a profit level. And if your profit level as your dynasty is high enough, you just claim whatever items you want from them. If your reputation level is high enough with them. So giving them your cargo increases the reputation level with them and unlocks more items that you can then just buy off from them and use. Hope that helps. Hope that helps. Actually, that makes it also in a good explanation clip. How cargo works. And in general, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Besides some very specific skilling things and whatnot, I do have quite the knowledge of the game as well. Exactly. You can mark items to be as cargo, so whenever you pick up or come against among them again, they automatically go into the cargo lift. Oh, the navigator's coming. I love that we're sitting in that chair and turning around. It's so wild. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. Your heart starts beating furiously. Your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of the sudden wave and unease. You decided not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Cassius' powers. There was a charm? Oh, that amulet thing. Without even looking at the Vox Master cuts away her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course, when you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Now, being able to sell useless items feels very different. Yes, they went for the approach of constructing cargo packages out of them. And I really like it because you don't have... you can be a loot goblin. You just can take everything with you and sell it for reputation. And I love that. I love that. I love when games just lets me take loot and don't... I get it if it's on a hardcore RPG experience where weight system comes into play and hero capacity and whatnot. But I just love that I can just go through and loot every little thing that I come upon. And if I don't like it, I just make it cargo and make it, even if it's not useful for me, useful in the game. Because it ranks up my reputation and I can unlock other cool items to actually use. So it's kind of like a win-win situation. Really clever Alcad on that system. Really, really clever. What do you wish to speak about? After a few seconds of hesitation, Casa lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. Raspboy, thank you for the follow. The tabletop has the same system. It's been a while since I read. I mean, I did a tabletop RPG session with the voice actors of this game. And I played the actual Rogue Trader rulebook with them, but altered it to a home-style version that it's more viable for a live show. Because it's so many rolls that you have to do, and it would be boring as fuck to watch people go doing, I don't know, 20 rolls before an attack situation has been concluded. So we've narrowed it down to be very, very similar, very simple. I'm with you. If there is too much loot, I prefer this 1000%, because then it takes a lot of mundane stuff out of the game. Exactly. It's back and forth running between the trader to just sell off stuff to have your backpack open again. It's such an unnecessary time filler that could be taken out. You play Dark Heresy. Are you excited for Dark Heresy? Oh man, I can't wait, Ricky. I can't wait. We're gonna definitely tackle that on this channel. So if you're down for more Warhammer galore, definitely hit the hard button. Another Warhammer game that's on the brink is a strategical turn-based one called Battle Sector that I would like to do the campaign for. And of course, Dark Heresy is gonna be here. The Expanse RPG will be on this channel. We still have to finish Tainted Grail, that's Dark Arthurian Saga, Skyrim-like game. We still have our roleplay in Dune going on. The desert planets, so I think we have some great journeys ahead of us. Make sure to be part of it. The Expanse is a third-person RPG? Yeah, third person, sorry, not first person. Can't wait for that one as well. I hope it's gonna be as hitting as hard as Mass Effect. I love Mass Effect. Is TG good? Man, I keep looking at it, and I'm loving what I see. Just many games to play right now. I did pick Oblivion too. I actually did not pick Oblivion. Just for the sake of, I don't know. It didn't feel very innovative to me, other than new visuals for the same old janky game that it was. I'd rather grab Tainted Grail for that. Tainted Grail is fantastic, yeah. You can have a look at a few episodes. We have like 9 episodes or something like that for Tainted Grail out. Feel free to check it out. Large Alive, are you doing Dune Awakening? Yes. Exclamation mark Dune. We have even our own RP server where we're playing and building and creating and going crazy. Also on the YouTubes, there's like 8 episodes of Dune out as well, if you want to check that out, Large Alive. Lovely to have you, by the way. First time chatter. So cool to have you. As well as Raspboy and Caw as well. Do you figure out which advanced class you go into? Overseer. I want my Mastiff. Will you stream it also? Yes, 100%. We're not done yet with our Dune adventures. And we're gonna have some more roleplay sessions and also then some deep desert PvP action that we were planning right now. And yeah. Definitely gonna be a cool
Our
time.
modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
Journelli, thank you for paying the tithe. Here's the chain swords. Feel free to spread them over the internet. And actually, pay thy tithe, or you shall be executed. For I am the law. Shall be our pin message. Golden Agile 20 Journali. Nice. Start a new save on Rogue Trader, definitely going Overseers once I reach level 2. Yeah, Rasboy. That sounds really, really intriguing. Very cool. I know guys from Red Dead Redemption 2 Wild RP doing Dune RP also. I tried to reach out to people in the interwebs about that, but didn't really got a response from there. Might want to look into that Wild RP thing with them. But we have our server going already, so we'll see. Maybe if the game evolves further, it's not very necessarily RP friendly, let's put it like that. But definitely having a great time with our lads. I imagine they have a private server as well, yeah. But it's very limited. 40 people can be online at the same time. We'll see. Good. Focus time. We're back. Kansia. I have not yet thanked you for saving me in the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald Hart stopped. But you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and that I'm immeasurably grateful. You convinced Cassia to depart Eurac of her own free will. I'm also deeply grateful that you saved my servants. You saved Cassia of several servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to my during journeys through the immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rites. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Why are you asking for these items? Now is not the time to indulge in painting. You're asking questions, the answers to which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain it to you at a later time, but now our time is too precious to waste. As the navigator of the house, I give you my word that without a canvas and paints, we have little hope to smooth journey through the warp. I have no reason to lie. Why did you want red paint? Uwe will give off his blood before the ritual, as always. Oh, so red paint is actually blood? Wow. That's nice. Yeah, they've added tooltips that are highlighted in blue and they tell you past decisions that triggered now this conversation. Dune is a bit of a solo game in some way. It is. It is. Unless you go into the deep desert, then it becomes a guild situation in larger life. It's a really nice feature. Really nice feature. I agree. I agree. Allcats did a fantastic job here highlighting certain past things that you've done with blue and telling you what leads to this conclusion of that answer in the new conversation. It's a nice feature that I think every CRPG should have, that gives you a little bit of an understanding why the situation is happening, and also gives you a kind of like aha moment in terms of, you know, binding it back with a prior decision that you did. Really cool. I shall ensure that all necessary supplies are delivered to your Sanctum Navis. I shall take my leave of your duration of the rites. I ask you to not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it opens. Fair enough. Have fun with her and her gaze. Oh, the box one. What's what? Was it just coming back? Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channels between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. He's a little bit afraid of her, it seems like. Okay, did a very good job with Rogue Trader. I agree. They've learned a lot with not Wrath of Righteous, Pathfinder Kingmaker. They've executed a lot better with Wrath of Righteous, and that accumulated knowledge that they put into Rogue Trader, and I think they've done a masterpiece of a CRPG. And oh man, I can't wait to nerd more into CRPGs and whatnot. So if that is your jam, and also the side hustle of here and then strategy games that are looking interesting, then you might have found the channel to stick around to. Alcad has done a very good job with all 3 of their CRPGs. Yes, Kormakr had some issues, but it was their first game. Exactly. They've learned fantastically from that. I can't express enough how excited I am for Dark Heresy since Alcad just keeps doing better. Yeah, me too. Me too. And also, I had the interview with Alcad for The Expanse. You can check that out on the tubes as well if you want to. And you can just see how they evolved from back then, because I had the same interview with her for Wrath of the Righteous before it came out, and it's just a constant curve of growing, and it's fantastic. I wonder what we will be building in Dark Heresy, and what the unique mechanic will be. Let's see. We shall see. Initiation communication ritual, says the Voxmaster. Come here, Uwe. The excellent ring of metal freed from his scabbards. Lo, some of the servants, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps are hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing on an ocean with a million flails. An umber shadow spinning over the surface of a fiery dance, a storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. The sun pale this goes in tireless pursuit of her. No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that the spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recalls Cass's words and accidentally snaps one of the conjugator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through the navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Voxmasters, see that you receive 5 lashes for shows of clumsiness. What is happening to Cassia? Soul-shredding screams drown from the Vox transmitter. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain. Their throats raw from strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaimed their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rites, as is was of her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two. In my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Empress as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was a success. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirit, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers, recover my strength. Send for me if you have a need. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me with a few moments of your time. First of all, I wish to report the conduction of the station of Eurac 5. I had you opted to begin your visit of Ragged System with a different destination. The station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision of immediate visit of the representatives of the Navis nobility brought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Janelle asks, have you played BG3? I will say that Larry and the same are in the same conversation. BG3 is a masterpiece. Yes, Janelle, I have 2 full playthroughs on the YouTube if you want to check it out. One as a strength build ranger, where I play as myself, and the other one as Vlad Tepes, and Vampire Blood Sorcerer homebrew fully modded run where we are in Dark Urge character. And what an ending. Holy crap. Both of them. Fantastic. BG3 is a masterpiece, but it's nowhere near as complex as Rogue Trader. That's true. It's not as complex. Dark Urge Vampire sounds fitting. Yeah, we did homebrew mod Vampire Origin into there, and if kind of a class that sounded fitting to the role for Vlad Tepes, who is the base canvas of Count Dracula. And yes, Count Dracula did exist, for those that are not aware. I will not stop to pillage. Abandon the station we're leaving. Gather any components that may be of use on this ship. Loot everything from jewelry and the very vast manuscript. Gather any components that may be of use on the ship. Scrap containers. With your permission, I would like to remind you that we're still looking for an engineer's prime. Both the vessel of the machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew. And much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrichs from Calyx. Why is it always business with you, Vigdis? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Thank you, Vigdis. This will be over now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Oh, hilarious. Let's go over there. I think these ones, Lord Captain, there's some commotion in the officers' deck. Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom. We're uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out has brought Cassia to the deck. Okay. I just find it amazing they actually implemented 5e in the video game successfully. I mean, some adaptation. It's not fully 5e, but they did it good. Have I played since the updates? 1.8? I have not played since the updates. I've not tried out the new subclasses. But I can't wait for Celeste 2. Now that you mention it, Celtic. It's gonna be also played through this.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
I see you're fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves. And I must say,
Did I see
it has
something wrong?
caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
Interesting.
Eurac 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Speaking of embellished works, the events on Eurac 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Interesting. And your only attendant is your valet from Eurac 5? Do my servants not measure up your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself.
Okay.
He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassie cringes over slightly, adjusts the adornment of her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of the navigator often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising then that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used on how she looks. I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting.
Excuse me?
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions?
Pestering you?
Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Would my as Arbites character conduct any feelings for a mutant? Or see her as an aberration, or the ends to the needs? Bazel is the best. I'm happy you guys are having a great time with BG3. I mean, it's kind of that needs to an end. They've created these mutants for those abilities. AKA an instrument for the Emperor, that's true. I believe this conversation has reached its natural conclusion.
Yes, I understand. I offer you my apologies once more.
And now she darts off. Oh, poor Cassia. Poor Cassia. As long as she breaks the Imperial law, she's fine. I was more wondering if my character would be feeling attracted by her or not. I doubt it. I doubt I would find myself attracted to a 2-meter-plus creature with long fingernails and a third eye on her forehead that could kill me if she opens it accidentally. I killed Marzipan in my first playthrough. Interesting. And coming from a Schola Progenium, I don't think Arbites love other things than law and duty. True. Most likely true. So, let's continue. Kaz is best girl, but she's kind of creepy. I mean, definitely some oddness to it. Let's get to this wood ship. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a secret cult operating aboard the ship requested an audience. What secret cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult that defends the flagship, both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard. I guess I'm ready to receive them then. Train Aiden, welcome in. Thanks again for the portrait picture. Ricky said they love only law and other things. What? What a parade. Man, I've missed so much content when we did the Allcat Games permadeath challenge and speed through everything. Look at that. Those are the deck watch the awe as the final figure moves gracefully in the ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers of the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still. Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
She pulls out a sinister curved blade, and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion. We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
It's kind of scary that her voice is so shaky when she's talking. We got the silent verdict. And it's kind of interesting that's a two-handed melee weapon. It's kind of interesting that she's talking about herself in the third person. You've heard many stories about death cults, such as this one. Those devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship for the Emperor. Examine the cultists. The cultists are all void-born. Their lithe, sinew body are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat nimble grace and strike with assassin's with surety. Examine the captives. The prisoners cower beneath the weight of the gaze. Blood drips down tear-stained faces of the captured officers, technomens, and workers. A word has been carved into their forehead with meticulous precision: traitor, heretic, and apostate, and renegade. Oh. Wow.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voitvir, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Kunrad's men, I see. Interesting, so a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him. Sacred executioners.
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations.
They got psychoactive cards.
We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him.
This is our service to you.
And that is why, my dear Vikings, when you see someone reading your future with tarot cards and having some odd slice marks on their hands, you turn and run. Okay? You turn and run. You don't want to get caught up in that blood-spun web. Have you noticed she has an inquisitorial pendant? Yes, she has. I wonder if we can find out more about it and why she's wearing it. Unless you're crazy like me, then you do like these golf girls in weirdness about them. Your heart is filled with awe as you gaze at the cultists. You recognize this feeling. You have experienced it before when you walked through the scorching flame. Oh, that's so cool with this blue thing. And survive. The eyes of your grim guests burn bright with sacrificial favor. They serve the God Emperor with wholehearted faith and devotion. Tell me about yourself, Kibella. Are you the leader of this blood-spun web, or its heralds, or its servants?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Become my shadow. What exactly does a cult like the Bloodspun Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others. The virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
You have my blessing. May your blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin.
No.
They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
Ooh. I mean, I've done them in terms of like speed running through them for the competition from Alcad, but I've not actually played them and see the story behind it and you know, got all the cool conversation. It was just like speed clicking. Why have you brought his rebel to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him.
Me?
You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself.
I find that's kind of hot, I have to say.
Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
Give weapons to the traitors. It's time for Kabila to prove herself.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Okay. Let's see what he can do, Kabila. Give him some weapons.
Your Emperor won't save you!
You say so? My Emperor won't save me? Oh, she rolled bad on the starting situation.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Nice parry. Good. She has these jumps, right? Makes a leap. Movement does not do an attack opportunity. And after the leap, she's killing people as well. So I'm gonna leap up here. beautifully. Then I'm gonna cleave open. Then we're gonna jump over here. Kill you. Oh, I thought I could kill the other one as well.
As this
Is what it is. Let's do some blade dancing. Yep, there we go. There we go. Blood to the enemies. They're all setting up, getting some weapons ready. Charging in there. One jump that I can do. What I'm gonna do is run in here. Do a blade dance. No, let's do a cleave. Are you kidding me? Did not die.
I shall not.
Jumping over here. He's also still not dead. Jumping over there. That dude is dead though. Then we're gonna slice and dice him into bits.
Brings
Jump
me no pleasure.
and jump back. Well done, Kibella. Sanctum Psyker Sniper, though mainly used sniper and Psyker powers, was an operative. Interesting. Why then the Psyker part? A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasures. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg forgiveness. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Domin? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Your lordship, the spinners of the Bloodspun Web were watching, tracking, and killing Von Valance's enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, the blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cults. I'm sure they must have had good reason. The cultists are the scourge of the Sidious. They bring the unrighteousness to ruin. The enforcers respect the Bloodspun Web, for we have shown a common goal. Scourge of the Sidious are not. Folk are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, the spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malak did to earn that privilege, though, and who's going to feed his family now. But that's a lower Decker problem. What matters is that Bloodspun Web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved the vessel from the servants of an arch enemy. Seems not all officers have been presented to me yet. Confessor Adelbard, your lordship. As a humble servant of the Emperor, I am entrusted with the high honor of being the ship's confessor, or in other words, the highest spiritual authority on your vessel. I'm here to oversee the purity of the crew's faith. I officiate in the officer's chapel and also look after the ship's reliquary. What does my retinue think? I've heard that only at distance the prayers of the spinners offered to him. I've seen how the deeds fill the people's heart with confidence and the inevitable of his wrath. The Bloodspun Web loyalty of the Emperor is without question. Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult of an audience or brought a spinner into the retinue, she respected the Bloodspun Web and approved of its mission. It is strange. Their shadowy throne are swathed in darkness, yet radiant light burns within them like scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among servants of the faith. You will be my shadows, Kibella.
Henceforth, I am your shadow, Domin, and instruments of death placed in your hand by the Undying One. But it is ordained, and so his Tarot forspoke. I also become bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes to know what the doors of the Undying One's temple are open to you. My suggestion the Lord Captain should go down to the depths of the flagship searching for the temple. They're not fitting place for his lordship. Why is the Vizier not delivering the message himself? The first spinner is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship, and he has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder his spirit from his ancient body. Where is that temple located? I'm not permitted to say here. If you wish to find, you must walk the path of Saint Ariana, the matriarch spider. Her path began at the depth of the flagship in the dark tunnels. Interesting. Is that a questline that we should do right now? Or later? Also, they did a bunch of resolve buffs and things related to high willpower, and I just thought it would work with officer using resolve and then going master tactician. Interesting. I do not see the point of these riddles. Your temple is part of my flagship. What is to stop me from simply walking inside? You must become the blood of the flagship before you can enter the secret temple. I cannot guide your way, but I can walk by your side. I will walk in the footsteps of the matrix spider. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The Vizier awaits you. Your blade awaits direction, Domin. We'll speak again when the time is right. Interesting. Phantasm Twin, welcome aboard. Lovely to have you here. The whole Void Shadows content gives you some real rough fights that you should not rush into the moment you get access to it, unless you are confident as fuck. Am I confident as fuck? I mean, I do pretty much know what I'm doing. But yeah. Oh yeah, speaking of, let's go to Captain's Quarters. I still have some items in there. The reward of There Is Only War achievement awaits you on the flagship vaults. Doop-a-doop-doop-doop-doop. We have some items that we can put and grab from our box. Wait, wasn't there somewhere a picture of Theodora? Yeah, I want a picture of me. This Majesty's portrait betrays her. I think that's something for later on. We can tackle to take that picture off. Goods. What do we have here? The Blast Wave, the Heirloom Order Pistol, and Wrath of Saint Drusus. Link your account. I think I did link my accounts. They're all set. I can now return to the game. Claim my rewards. Ooh, baby. I'm actually sad that the skull over here is just an audio file that plays when you get it. That's from a previous drop. Blutgods, wie geht's dir? Schönen Abend. Greetings. Lovely to have you. Rewards available. Okay, so where's that weird item? So if I click it, you just hear heresy. I would love if this would actually be a service call that follows you and not just be a freaking loud shebang thing. So, what do the handcuffs do? Arbites handcuffs. Once per combat, these specially crafted handcuffs allow the word conflict
to inflict the cannot attack effect on an adjacent enemy for 1 round. Ooh. It is if you put it in your inventory. No, it doesn't. It does not fly. You cannot put it anywhere. You cannot equip it like the other companion thingies. It works with the other one, but not with that one, sadly. Vox Whistle. It is a trinket, but whenever the familiar hears the sound of the Vox Whistle, they behave erratically. Still does not affect their combat capabilities. Erratically? What does that do? It's just a trinket, but whenever the familiar hear the sound of the Vox Whistle, they behave erratically. Huh? What can that mean? So, handcuffs. Definitely. Gotta put some handcuffs as well. Oh, look at that! We have handcuffs on. It had a dun. Nice. Makes your familiar dance. Spoiler warning. Wrath of St. Lucius. So that's swords. Chain of weapons deal 25% critical damage. Does not have an area attack. Increase the damage from all sources against any hit targets. All good verdict. All good verdicts. Don't worry. So, the silent verdict might be something for her. Always at the cargo zone. So, the blast wave is definitely something that I think we gonna use. A rending shot, 10 to 15. Shots from the shotgun push targets 3 cells away, even if the shot misses. Do I want that, though? I mean, we can with that trigger some sort of attack of opportunity shebang. And I definitely need more mobility than on you, so I can maneuver rounds to position myself. The wearer has a resolve chance to reduce any incoming damage to 0. Resolve is based on... It determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn after killing an enemy. 0 Zellands. Grab that. Ooh, looks badass. If the wearer has a shield equipped, whenever the wearer is hit, the shield gains block. Lasts until the end of round, stacks up 3 times. This might be something for you. Because you're gonna have some shields. Transmit logic. No need for that. How do you get the servo skull? The commissar servo skull was a Twitch drop from the Owlcat speedrun competition. I talked to them already, and there's a high chance that at some point, when probably all the game passes are out and everything is out, they're gonna activate and free up all the drops that have been ever available. So when we are, or probably just make them available for everybody. We'll see. But there's a high chance that when the last DLC comes out, or some last updates for Rogue Trader, and it's considered finished, that we get access to everything. Or will be accessed, able to grab everything when watching a stream of it. So, the Mind Twitch grenades. An infected enemy immediately turns into an ally and gets an extra turn. As soon as the extra turn ends, the target turns back into an enemy. Very powerful. And kind of fitting to have Cassia to use that. And maybe Dira as well. Why not? Why not? You're gonna have the healing spiels around. Good. Other than that, we have the heirloom auto pistol. Ballistic skill +5. Armor penetration. This pistol can be used as a wielder has the dual weapon combat talent. Man, there's so many strong pistols. I think at some build I'm gonna do a Mandalorian styled guy. And go dual pistol. Von Calyx is a sanctified psyker, yeah. Is talking about some pawns being on a black ship. I think this is the worst. Actually, there's always a more worse place to be in this universe. Everything is just grimdark. Chat, aka Vikings. How do you like the chat implementation up there with the overlay of the game itself, having chat run in there? Crafted the spiel for today. So, in Indira both start with 2 schools of Psyker, where player-created character can only start with as 1 school. Yeah. A little bit more powerful. Blade Dancer. So, what do I give you? Be smart. Anytime the ability or talent uses the fellowship bonus, so the Voidborn character uses instead the intelligent bonus. Anytime Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance of double the damage. Wow, could be nice. Death Cult Assassin, deal 2+ agility bonus, more damage to enemies with if both the ally and their target stands on the blood-covered cell. Could be powerful. But it sounds like it triggers only if both. Like a companion of mine and the target are standing there. Or is it enough if the enemy alone stands there on the blood-covered cell to deal extra damage? Somebody know? A creature with the blood-blessed or blood-stained effect gains 1 stack of this whenever bleeding, burning, or toxin is inflicted on it. A creature with the blood-blessed gains a +1 stack every time it suffers damage from bleeding, burning, or toxin. So just a flesh wound. The wound character has a 20% chance to survive after suffering a lethal damage with 1 wound. Man, there's so many good things. Swift movement. Or nimble for extra dodge. Nimble and stuff, that would be something that I grab earlier on high difficulty to make them just having more survivability. That's simply just a normal. You can play around. Using a non-damaging ability to an ally grants the ability to reroll field attack. Anytime a Woodborne character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance to double that damage. Just 10% is very low. Using your intelligence bonus. I think I'm going to use a lot of intelligence on you. We're going to go high agility. Each time the Death Cult Assassin parries or dodges an attack, all enemies with the bloodstain effect suffer +1 stack. Whenever she does bleeding, does her normal attack cause bleeding? Blade Dance is a burst melee attack. Death from above is just the attack itself. Probably depends on the weapon, or maybe there's a skill later on that her attacks cause bleeding. So this could be early on, not really the thing that we want to go for. Blade Dancer Arbites. Oh, with the blood shotgun. Wow. Open veins, you would recommend? A creature with blood blast or gains a stack whenever bleeding, burning, or toxin is inflicted upon them. We're not inflict that yet, so I think it might be too early on to grab that. Defcon's allies deal more damage if they also stand in the blood. A creature with blood blast gain 1 stack whenever raining blood is inflicted again, or whenever it starts its turn in a blood-covered cell. That might be nice. Oliver attacks bloodshed everyone. Raining blood. It does it, but it does not put a bleed stack on them. It does not put a bleed on them. So, let's see here. Jinx. While the woodborne character has more than 50% wounds, all chances of the creature. While the wood character has less than 50, they go down. Each time the character parries or dodges an attack, the bloodstain effect suffers a +1 stack. Obviously, you're going to be up there very often in the front. So many good decisions, but where should we start? Let's start with Crimson Tide. Start with Crimson Tide. Then I want her weapon skill to go up. Then the blade immediately returns to the call where they started their turn. This movement does not provoke attack opportunities. Blade Dancer selects an ally until the end of combat. Attacks made by the Blade Dancer against enemies who have already attacked that ally gain critical hit chance. It costs 8 wounds to use. Blade Dancer faces a side of their choice and immediately ends their turn. Until the beginning of the Blade Dancer's next turn, they can dodge area attacks without moving, are immune to all types of forced movement, and can parry. They can parry attacks made against adjacent allies as well. While under the effect of the Wheel of Blades, the Blade Dancer can even parry ranged attacks made from the sides. The chance to parry a ranged attack is calculated as if it were a melee attack. If an attack is parried this way, it can be redirected towards one of the enemies on the selected side. Oh my goodness. This ability can only be used with a sword equipped, which sounds insane. The Blade Dancer targets a single enemy, vowing to dispatch their mark. The Blade Dancer's next attack against the selected enemy cannot be dodged or parried. If the attack kills the target, the Blade Dancer gains wounds and AP. Blood Oath. Very powerful. Very, very powerful. Gonna go with Medicae. Good. Blade of Wheels for Jedi Kibella. That's gonna be our next target that we're gonna grab. Thanks for the input, by the way, Vikings. I appreciate it. I love you guys. So, anything in the vaults? Amulet of the Inaudible Spirit. Once per battle, whenever the wearer wounds drops to 0, they regain 20% of their maximum wounds. Okay. I'll take that. Oh, that's the Chronicle thing. I finished last month on a thing to run it again. The new classes and whatnot looks super powerful. So if I die, we come back. Actually, this could be better on Kibela, to be honest. Also, in terms of weaponry, this one name seems to have a little bit of a higher punch. Can give you the two-handed. What? Features. We don't have a proficiency, so to say, on anything. Speaking of ship, I totally forgot to put out posts. Supreme Commander seems to be I. Master Cannoneer, Argenta, Shieldmaster. Oh, Shield is the persuasion skill. Interesting. Master Maneuver. Warp Challenger. It's gonna be you. And Master of Etherics. It's gonna be you. And then Shieldmaster 41 for the time shall be Kibela till we have somebody else. We made a Void Noble, interesting. And I guess what we get in DLC 3 and 4 for companions, I hope for 3 we get some very old 30k or even a prior companion. Interesting call there, Electrolf. I hope that in the next DLC, the companion, and I think it would also fitting because it would probably be able to reuse some assets that have been working already and save some time on the work, would be an Ogrin. An Ogrin companion I could see happening. Hestia, hello. So an Ogrin with grenade launchers in hand would be fantastic. I would also be very excited about an Uphuman Ratman. Could be. Look at this food. What about Halflings? And Halfling Sniper. DLC 4, I hope we get some old Xenos. In a chronological sense, a Space Hulk graveyard. Oh, shit. They have already went a little bit into a Space Hulk moment with the Gene Stealer moments that you have at in some station. Groot we get in the next game, so there's also a high chance that they might be able to reuse those assets. What I would find really cool, although it's more of a Space Marine thing, and we have already a Space Wolf, but a Dreadnought would be not bad to get. Electrolf, you are amazing. Thanks for giving me your most precious value, that is time. Highly appreciate every and each one of you hanging out here, talking to me, nerding along, just this journey together feels so much more powerful because of you guys. Thanks for all the follows, for the prime subs, for paying your tithe, for spending over the chain swords and all the other chats. And I'm just feeling very humbled right now. Thank you kindly. If you get a Groot, I'll lose my mind. Probably gonna be a Tau thing though. A Tau. Hard to say. Hard to say where the journey could go. What I also would very much like would be a boy. Got boys. An orc freebooter. An orc pirate that joins you. I would freak out if we get that. An orc freebooter would be fantastic and also fits perfectly into this whole wood ship situation. And it could be a nice DLC to, I don't know, have a war happening. You cannot see war normally. So, with Kibble and parts. Orc would be awesome, but I don't know if they'd tie it in without any current reference to any greenskins existing in the game. Like another heretical companion, but probably not an orc or a gene stealer. Gene stealer could happen though, I guess. That would be fitting, because they're part there, in a sense. Antrazi, lovely to have you. First time chat. Man, I love how many fellow nerds this game is joined together. Love it. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. What is going on? Is the pending man outside the bridge gates? One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master of a servant's voice in any case. I want to warn you in advice. Leave me alone! Just want to travel. Like, Lord Captain, actually... You drive a little bit again. Actually... You sound back. That throat turnaround moment is so powerful, I can't get. Oh. This is not a conduct of an officer. These are antics of a highborn brat out on the lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already been seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Relevant requests permission to speak on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. We are in Arbites. We are for the law and order. This is not order. This is stepping over orderly business. Chad says Tau could also go in there. They could use all the weapons. They could also add a few Tau-specific guns. Or like Crude. There's already lore with Crude Bean, with Rogue Trader. And their thing would be eating enemies for passive or something. Hopes munchy, munchy, munchy. Gene Stealers are way too heretic, even for a Rogue Trader. Maybe a pirate orc or an outcast Tau. I mean, Gene Stealer could go for an heretic run to have another heretical companion. Or something like that. I will not tolerate this kind of conduct on my ship. Abelards, assign the lieutenant on an appropriate punishment. Lieutenant, you have 1 minute to state your business. Yes, Lord Captain. Listen to my report and punish me as you wish. But all that matters is that you hear me out. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, An assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I'm convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Ben is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets us a skeptical huff. He glances at Sauerbach, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Visarion and to intervene in what happened on the lower decks, because very soon we'll have a mutiny or a massacre in our hands. What? Where does the Seneschal come into all of this? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on the ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course, when I received information about cultists hiding in the lower decks, I took the matters in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valances will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Visarion. Arrests, interrogation, mass punishments for an entire sector. It has driven the people to the brink. Now there's a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 workers' clan are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I report my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. I mean, isn't that how we deal with it? Master Arms, the ship and forces report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vance, I respect the chain of command and realize that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. That being said, while I entirely share Master Visarion's opinion, I must note that this insubordinance is a direct consequence of practice that he himself has introduced. Mr. Sauerbach, I see you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does not do you credit. Lieutenant Vance, would you say the Seneschal has slinked you out from your peers in any way? Lord Captain, I swear that the Seneschal Visarion has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotion. Although, he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. And while not all my fellows receive such attentions, I know at least a dozen fine officers whom Seneschal keeps in his sight to ensure that they continue to strive. Deldi Trans, thank you for the follow, highly appreciated. To prepare new generations of Dynasty's servants, to instruct them, and to separate those who potentially from them, and who have exhausted it. That is my duty as Seneschal. The ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards, whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now is my student at one point. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherent today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors in the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rot gods brewing. We've handled the workers on Depot 4 in the past, would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. Another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is also located to one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has knock-on effects on all the neighboring sectors. Everlords, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remits of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interest of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitudes of my actions for yourself, I have no objection. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower deck. I have heard enough. I will go down to the lower deck and deal with the problem personally. Praise the Emperor. An enterprise bordering on the somophobic, but please lose yourself. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and Seneschal's involvement. I consider my duty to go deeper for myself and see the expedient resolution of its incident. Okay. Good. Depot 4 it is. Pirate Orc and Outcast Tower. There's a cool story of a tower finding a dreadnought and finding out that the dreadnought is older than his own population, than his own faction, the tower themselves. So wild. But highest request is tower, is Orc, so I think we're gonna get an Orc. Low deck rebel. Hey, it's Rosarian. Take that, scum. Look, it is. It's all your fault. All of it. Acid. Avalod reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow and sternly human gesture and telling one a rare moment where he allows his age and awareness to show through his armor. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear they were shouting your name? Did people dare to disrespect the senior officer? They would not have the chance to express such disrespect if we were not here, and if the situation had been dealt with by the relevant officers. It's a junior officer's worst failing to pass problems up to the chain of command. I have never been able to abide it. I shall say it again. It was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Vent's whim, Lord Captain. I must admit that the lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer. But in the name of Terra, the girl is the same age as my eldest great-granddaughter, and she has the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. It'll be another 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act without oversight. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Is there money to be made?
Valve. Mike, how you doing? Welcome in. So, first up, Ambulance, then you. Good. It's a good position. Lower deck rabble. Let's keep moving.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
That is true. What's happening here? The sound of a heated discussion reverberates through the ship's base. Lieutenant Venz and Master-at-Arms Sourback have arrived in clad armor. Lieutenant Venz, my patient is very thin. I have given you an order. Now get out of my way. I cannot comply to the order, ma'am. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make stand down. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons have fallen to deaf ears. Your Lordship. I give the assault unit permission to open fire. We will crush the seeds of insurgents with full force. And it was worth leaving the bridge for this. You could have issued the order from there. Yes, Lord Captain. If you want to mow down everyone in the Depot 4, you'll have to start with me. Bent, stop. This is treason. Sorry, I'll let everybody down. It's not clear who her words refer to. Or striking workers who are now doomed to die. Vent reaches forward and grabs the barrel of the weapon, aimed at the crowd.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Ada Lopez. How you doing? So, there's the lower deck rebel. Start the battle. Argenta. Move over there. Rapid fire. This could have ended peacefully. I know, Ricky. But, my Arbites definitely does not approve to the course of action here. Fire. Move closer. Oh, come on. Fire in the hole. So we'll get over here. And then I have at least all of them in the area. Oh,
I'm amended.
Sorry, guard. I didn't notice you there. And then we're moving on with some more shots. Good. Well done, Judge Dredd.
Follow.
Death comes in silence.
I'm amended.
There we go. It will, once the traitors have been punished, after the current enforcement's action, it's concluded Depot 4 will be at peace. Exactly. Flag armor. This flag armor seems to be a little bit better. The knife shall be cargo. Actually, let's do it like this. Will be easier. 20, 35. That's a better flag armor. Not this one. Then we have a shock baton. Okay.
I always keep my options open.
Good. So, let's pick that up. Is that better than what you have as a heavy? No, definitely not. What about you? Switch it up. Your light armor. Okay, beautiful. Haven't seen Peacemaker. Nope, never heard of that movie. What is it about? The gauge shows that the steam pressure in the pipe is close to the maximum. So.
I always have a backup plan.
Or what? Nothing has happened. Perhaps turning a different valve it worked. Is there a... Was there a riddle with the valves? Can't remember. An autogun. Civitas pattern. Perhaps turning a different works. Oh, that did a sound. That did a sound. It's a superhero HBO show. John Cena plays a vigilante whose father was an abusive redneck. Oh, the Peacemaker. Yeah, with his blue cloth, red helmet kind of thing, right? So that was the first valve. This is the second. No. What about that one? You have to do the first one again? Okay, so it's that, then not that. Jeebus. If that valve is correct. Is there more valves over here? There's more valves over here.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Nope. The container can be seen beyond the massive bars. Examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. Okay. No. Run. That was one. That was two. Am I crazy with these wolves, or is there an actual riddle behind this spiel? I'm seeing something that there's not. Okay, that worked as well. No, that didn't work. So it's that, then the other one. The same sound thing again. Nope. So there's F symbol on it. Okay. I mean, it says it does nothing, but I hear that the wolves are being turned. There's again the F symbol. Okay, it works. see. Lower deck. Is again the F symbol? Ah! Shame. I'm definitely accepting here some hints, tips, whatsoever.
Fate and fortune favor the
anything?
bold.
Blink. So that's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Although they're linked to the peaceful handling. Okay, good. Then let's leave here. I've been an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You made a harsh but necessary decision, but before that, you danced to the tune of a panicked junior officer. You put your life unnecessarily at risk in the midst of a potential uprising, and your actions triggered everything that followed. If you hadn't given Lieutenant Vent false hope and then snatched it away, she wouldn't have snapped. Yet they had no business going down near the lower decks. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Van Valances? Let's talk about your role in all of this instead. You allowed this revolt to happen. Your actions practically guaranteed it would. I would have handled the situation myself and had not decided to intervene. Remember, Lord Captain Theodora, do you think she ever set one slippery foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matter were left to myself and the junior officers, while she decided herself to grand designs of the Protectorate, as any true strategies and rogue trader ought. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There's a new Lord Captain aboard the ship, and I will not repeat her mistakes. I would only be too willing to trust my Seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of your control, Abelard. You're right, at least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of the Van Valances Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw Lord Captain Theodora's deeds to sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new roads and capture worlds, they create our order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So, I left behind everything and I had known everything. My family, and come to a long line of officers, you know. And I embarked upon this incredible, reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns that she had. So would go off of her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers and scouting voyages. And the advancements of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then, suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hangar on a seismically active world. One of my senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you, in honesty, without fear of appearing weak, all this has come to a grievous blow to me. I'm not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself or panic to grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that, I must insulate you from problems that that has been in the past dealt and tried and tested procedures throughout the ship's regulation. Procedures that were established long ago and have found function smoothly. Interesting. That's the Wolf orders. Thank you, kindly. I'm gonna check it out.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Slandered! Thank you kindly for using a Prime sub over here. You crazy Malaka. Oh, to have you. How's it going? Let me give you a shout out. Slandered Gaming. Show some love over there, buddy Vikings. Hit that heart button that pops up in chat. And definitely show some love to great creator. Hope you're having a good stream. Dude, I'm having a blast. These shotgun Arbites is mind blown. The damage output is already outrageous. I'm just thinking about here how to answer to Avalon's. Prosperity of the Von Valance's protectorate is just as important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run to the ship. I think the future will follow your recommendation. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in a new world. A world where Theodore is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Yes, Lord Captain. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership.
This hamlet shall not fall.
And now, please let us leave the lower decks. If the Rogue Trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. Fair enough. I'm gonna check out if we can fix the valves still. But we'll deal with the riddle. He's the first. This is the second. This is the third. Hey, voila! He boosted it out and we have now access to the goods. Look at that. Look at that. We have some force grenades. We have some crocking grenade. Wow, crocking grenades that early? Brrr, loot. Yes. Yes. Me gusta.
Is there money to be made?
Me gusta. So... we want to keep people on the stream at one point on Tuesday. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. I was able to bring over around, I think, 900 people when I raided you. And then also Typic. We moved Typic also to raid you as well. Because you were going longer than the three of us. So, combined forces! That's what I love about Twitch, man. Is we can bring all our peoples together and help each other out and boost the numbers. It's fantastic. Hestia, how you doing? Lovely to have you. Lovely to have you. So, slash raid in chat and then raid somebody with your viewers, and the slash shoutouts to give people shoutouts are so powerful tools to support one another. And, dude, your presence here and you using a Prime sub over here means already the world to me, Slandered. Don't need to do that. Highly appreciate you taking a moment of your time and hanging out. I think a lot of people have been waiting for this DLC for quite some time. I think so too, Antares. I mean, I'm a little bit behind in terms of the DLC content itself, but we're getting there. I would love to do a full playthrough of this, but that depends, of course, on your engagement, on you following this channel, on you checking out YouTube and checking out our episodes there, boosted reach, give it a thumbs up, and leave a comment down below on our Rogue Trader playthrough. So it's all in your hands if you're gonna go all the way through all the game, or if we have to abandon ship and jump back to Tainted Grail, because I want to finish that as well at some point. So we cannot do ballistic skills this time in our skill up. That's where I think perception might be helpful in terms of lowering their dodge chance with shooting. But how about I increase my initiative and dodge chance myself and have agility high, so we are one of the first in turns to do. Yeah. Rough workday, Hestia. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, Slandered, what do you think of this here on top? That little chat box with the UI of the interface of the game. Agent number 1 was with the idea. Really loved it. The Arbites' successful attacks reduce enemies' armor by 18% for 1 round. Does not stack. Shame. As long as the Arbiter has more than 9% wounds, they are immune to the following negative effects: blinding, disturbed, fatigued, perplexed, slowed, or staggered. Law and order. The Arbiter's attacks made on others' turns deal 12% more damage. The target of such attack must pass an willpower resistance test or become immobilized. So if I tell Cassia him, so if I give with Cassia an extra turn to him, then oh my goodness, he's not only doing more damage, but it also immobilizes the units. The Arbiter can parry incoming attacks with a ranged weapon. To calculate the parry chance, the Arbiter's ballistic skill is used instead of weapon skill. What? He can make an attack of opportunity melee? So, I wonder, if I stand in front of him and I shoot him and that pushes him away and he gets out of my range of melee, does that trigger an attack of opportunity? Does the push out of my shotgun, of my circle area of attack of opportunity, trigger an attack of opportunity through the shotgun? Or does the character have to go on his own will away from me to trigger it? It does not. You cannot trigger it for yourself, attack opportunities. Okay. But it would work with Cassia and her telling people to move into a certain position. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. I don't mind. Let me have a look at Cassia then first. Can I where is it? Navigator designs a square. The enemy is closest to the square immediately moves over there. This one needs the notch of purpose first. Okay. I'm gonna go towards that. But Revel in Light is also so powerful. Knockback is forced movement, is different. Gotcha. Blade Breeder. Thanks a lot for the follow earlier. Love to have you in chat as well. Also with a shotgun, arrows of effect still shoots in a cone blast, so it will hit multiple enemies. Extremely powerful. Will it hit friendlies as well, though? Will an attack of opportunity also shoot into my own people? Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm okay with that. Iconoclast has a sub-feature to not hit friendlies, right? With airwave effective tanks. Nah. Going full on dogmatic. Like there's no tomorrow. Notch of Purpose. We're gonna start with that, even though Revel in Line is very powerful. T5? Wow, that takes forever. Oh, you mean attack of opportunities? Yeah, I got you. I got you, Standard. I think Revel in Light I'll take earlier than the Notch of Purpose, because that 22 willpower and toughness is so powerful. That's such a powerful buff. I'm gonna take that. Because then she can power herself up and go crazy. Navigator starts all turns, including extra turns with additional movement points. Nope. Every turn, the Navigator gains an additional action point. Perception moves up. Makes all resistance tests with their willpower if it's higher than the base characteristics. If it's higher than their toughness, the Navigator's wounds are calculated according to the willpower. Oof, mine will matter. Look at the ebb and flow. Every turn, the Navigator gains an additional action point. Every odd turn. Additional AP. I'm sold. I am sold. Okay. Let's decide here now. We're good for agility for higher initiative roll. The Arbiter gains toughness equals to half of their equipped shield block. I'm not using a shield yet, so I'm not sure I'm gonna use this. My attack reduces the enemy armor by 18. 18 is my perception bonus. Interesting. Mob Justice. Allies in a 3-cell radius around the Arbiter deal more damage. Once per turn, the Arbiter can throw a grenade that deals no damage. On impact, that action costs 0 AP and does not count towards the attack limit turn. Oh man, that's also great. But for that, I need a flux of grenades to have. So I didn't find any blinding grenades or anything yet, so this might be something for later. Pillars of the Lore. After the Arbiter use a heroic act or desperate move, they gain coercion and 2% block until the end of combat. But the block only triggers triggers your shield, right? Because the other one would be a parry with the ranged weapon in melee. And remember the talents that prevents allies from being hit by AoE attack. During the tactical phase, the Arbiter can place in a cell adjacent to an enemy. Yeah, we can. It's willpower bonus. And willpower bonus on the block as well. Putting him next to the enemy sounds nasty as fuck. The question is, does that still have the same cone when you start the fight? Or can I actually move him to the very end of the room and put him next to the enemy? Persecution is insane if you focus on AOO. Shotgun Mastery can wield two-handed shotguns in one hand. Say what? What? Oh My gods. With one-handed shock baton or one-handed power maul equipped, the Arbite gains parent gear. Chain weapon expert. Dual weapon combat. Is your shotgun proficiency now? Power. Swift movements. You can dual wield two. Oh my goodness gracious. This is insane. This is insane. The prepared prosecution we gotta grab as soon as we have with her the ability to draw people in. So I'm gonna go for shotgun mastery and have two-handed freaking shotguns in one hand. And hopefully I'll find some shields to combine that. I think we're gonna go two-handed shotgun with shield. Baby. So, Abelards. Weapon skill. An Imperial World character is affected by an ally's non-damage ability. The resolve is increased for 1 round. All other characters get the +5 characteristics. That's pretty neat to have at the beginning. Do your workout, Slandered. Go get better. Go be better. You better you every day that passes. I love it that you do that. And allies affected by brace for impact gain 30% cover penetration. All allies affected by brace for impact suffer only half. We do have the chainsword proficiency with you. Shield only occupies the slot in a single weapon set. Might give you a shield as well. Let's give you stronger together, giving the +5 characteristics to everybody. Affected by brace for impact. An Imperial World character is affected by... No heresy. Imperial World characters gain critical hit chance against Xeno's demonic creatures. If no other character in the current party has the same archetype. I think that is the thing. Definitely, Ricky. That's a good call. That is a good call. It will not die. Let's start with that. Giving you extra HP or toughness in that case. Because you're going to be in the front quite strongly. So... Target must pass a willpower resistant test. We spend all the movement points to move as close as possible towards the psyker. Could work with that. Target gains intelligence, perception, willpower, and all kind of things. Creates an area that lasts until the start of the psyker's next turn. Not really a fan of those. I think I'm gonna go with Pyromancer with her. The buff is also not bad. Let's go Pyromancy. Pyromancy, tech use and logic. Not gonna do that because get Pascal for that. Nope. Logic is an intelligence-based thing. I mean, it works with the operative. That's why it is recommended. But I'm gonna go for lore warp. Good. Argenta. Let's go for agility, so you have a higher initiative. We have the boulder proficiency review already. Swift movements. To want to position you better. Devotee and their allies in the area of the affected Warhammer inflict routine damage for single shots and attacks opportunity for 1 round. While enemies in the area of the Warhammer gain 1 stack of disturbed. Enemies that are adjacent to the devotee get 2 stacks. Also, all demons in the area suffer damage equal to the momentum restored to the devotee while using this ability. Litany of Purification. Shield of Faith. So many good choices. Let's go stronger together, so make everybody better in the group. Weapon skill. Blade Dancer's maximum wounds are increased by the Blade Dancer's dodge. The enemies attacked by the Blade Dancer have their weapon skill ballistics reduced until the start of the next turn. And Blade Dancer attacks made with a sword puts the agility as additional damage. Bonus damage is double if using double two-handed sword. Blade in his hand. Good. Oh, I wanted to talk to Saurback. Never mind. Let's look at that void ship. What we have here, Lord Captain, it's not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. Be sure it's quiet, like it's huddled up in their own purpose. It's not like a surprise thing, or less creepy than a ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. Hear us? Do not require assistance. Do not require assistance. Copy. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Emperor protects. Lord Captain, I'm told our ogre cannot determine the alliance of this vessel. However, can we establish communication and let the vessel identify itself? Yes, Lord Captain, the connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourself. I repeat, identify yourself. Do not tell him. Do not tell him. We're done for. This is Thunderfang. We are a merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private merchant vessel. Merchant vessel? Of course they are. They're my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Thunderfang, why cannot we identify you? Why? I don't know. What if? Certainly not. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damn it. It's preventing the current identification. We assure you, merchant vessel, Thunderfang, does not require aid. I cannot get a tank craft to work. It says I need torpedoes equipped, but I can only shoot the torpedoes, not the fighters. That's odd. Maybe it's a bug that is currently there. Robert, give me a damage report of that vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing, so solid they barely managed to limp away. Thunderfang, your vessel is badly damaged. What happened? The Eurac responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotion. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletive, yet another hisses. You managed to make out a little from all the noise. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue, open fire. Miracle we got away. Emperor protected. And then more fire. Who? Woodlandos. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. The folks, our folks, are left without our help. We never got them. Thunderfang, now stop playing games. Explain what you hear, and I highly recommend it is the truth. Happy now? What have you done, idiots? It's so late now. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We did not come here to loot on a different business, to help our own out of jail. Do not hurt, please. We already had our chronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Striking a deal with an Arbites. Oh boy. In case you're unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Corona's expense. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo of the macro cannon to shake some scum loose of the deck. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you, although the moral aspect of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions. The Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in the situation where performing a warp jump is impossible. Main gun, on my order. Aim weapons, target Thunderfang. Lordship, I beg forgiveness for my impertinence, but let me remind you once again, we're currently locked in the system without the ability to jump. Be reasonable. Do you really now, of all times, want to get rid of a trading partner? And remember, the Fellowship of the Void is very likely to learn of what you have transpired. Main deck. Fire. Fine then, Rook. Have it your way. Main gun deck. Believe that. No. Main deck. Fire. The main gun deck is reporting successful salvo. The augurs are reporting a successful hit. We do not register any survivors. Death to the pirate scum. Glory to the Vandalensis dynasty. There we go. Gone with the ship. Gone with the ship. Let's go to Rygard Minoris. Auto gun. Trace is pretty bad. $35. So is there own clothing? Rygard Minoris. Let's move on in. I'm sleeping. As the ship makes its way through the star system, strange fatigue falls over you. Whoa! Okay, twitching has an answer for your attack craft not working. You need torpedo tubes and attack craft equipped. Then, when in combat, there should be a little icon arrow by the launch torpedoes that lets you toggle between torpedoes or attack crafts. There you go. Hope that helps. They raise your heads with a start. Someone else is here in your study. You stand and stare at a dozen upon a dozen corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died in the ship's bridge and those who met previous lives. How's this possible? As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Konrad Wolter's weapon slips into your hand. Step back or else. The dead only grow closer and closer. Your finger involuntarily tightens around the shard, its sharp edge cutting into your palm. An unbearable bright light floods everything around you, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in their near presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword of strange, unnerving proportions, a curving design, an unusual hilt adorned with an image of a closed eye. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen, accept your fate, champion. Never! Throw the demon blade away. Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it has become one with your hand, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets on the very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from the vision kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenching in sweat and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing and you struggle to recall the faces on the image of the sword in your hand. Only the deep cut in your palm and the bloodied shard lying in front of you remind you of what has just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. Bye! It worked, psychotic. Nice. Nice. Be gone, little shard. Phew. What was there? Some goods over here. Cranked data slate. Unfinished letter. Besides, he's no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the Von Valance's line when his skills and talents as Master of the Whispers are so valuable. Let his inheritance serve as an accumulation, but instructive lessons from which he may yet learn. I can change my appearance. Interesting. Perform your ablutions. Master of ablutions. We'd like to take a bath, your lordship. Why not? I'm taking the handcuffs with me in the water. There we go. I wish to see somewhere from my retinue. Send me this Kibella. He has to see me, Domincorum. Do you wish to learn more of the cult's rites? Very well, since you're in the water, I can introduce you to a rare discipline of the Bloodspun, known as controlled self-drowning. Few receive this honor, with water being so precious on a ship. Still, it has opened my eyes to many truths. Intriguing, teach me. Close your eyes and trust me. Reject your fear and remember, you have carried death within you since birth. This ritual is simply a meeting between you and your oldest friend. Oh boy, what are we doing here? You close your eyes and you hear a quiet splash. Kibela has entered the pool. She puts her hand around your neck and gently pushes you under the water. As your lung starts to burn, she pulls you back to the surface, allowing you to take a single breath before she begins to drown you again. This is waterboarding, in a sense. This process repeats several times, and she holds you beneath the surface a little longer with each plunge. The fourth descent lasts an eternity, but her hands prevent you from resurfacing. As your empty lung burn, you start to panic. You fight against your fear as the darkness swallows you, and soon it gives way to peace. As you listen to the soft whisper of the water around you, you realize that death is the end and the beginning. There are no worries here and no mistakes. There's only you. You and the infinite nothing. Just as nothing's about to claim you, you're gently lifted from the emptiness of oblivion. Domin Kormakr, have you been touched by death? What was it like? Death is nothing, and yet it is everything. Now you understand the tenets of the web more fully. I will leave you to reflect on this experience. Relax and close your eyes. The tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness, joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. Before long, you have surrendered the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Trouble, worries, loss, such things do not belong in the newly established dominion of tranquility. They are only the infinite waters of weightlessness, in which, stripped by all things superficially, the mind of Kormakr von Valancers drifts in silent bliss. It is a conscious mind that fills this consciousness. What fills this consciousness? Thoughts of the monumental duty to the Emperor. Such duty can only be fulfilled through service and death, for such is the price of humanity's victory in the everlasting war. Dogmatic +3. Finish your ablution. Okay, we got a little bit of an XP boost here. And we also got, what does that do? Well, deserved rest. The character will have a higher initiative in the next combat. Okay, cool. A one-time buff. One-time buff and a little bit of experience for that willpower check.
Hold the line.
Interesting.
This hamlet shall not fall.
Intriguing indeed. No. Good. After taking a bath and Kibela drowning me nearly, we're back on the brink of tackling the Racket Menorah system and hopefully get Pascal into our retinue as fast as possible. Begin scan. Down we go. Down we go. What's up, Douglas? Straight up war? Whoa. Flyby. Would be actually cooler if you land here and get shot down. Have you used Toy Box? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Plus, I find that it's getting strongly overbalanced. Or underbalanced if you add just more characters to the group. I did use it though for Wrath of the Righteous in combination with some prepared buffs. So I just had one click and it would buff my group with all the buffs that I needed or wanted. What time saver. Hold weapons on ground or I'm firing. Alright, so Our skies are in lockdown. The rebels are shooting. And you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it. And a shuttle like that, where do you get it? Stolen from the palace? Rebel lads, we've got ourselves a rebel landing force. Wait, could we choose how we present ourselves here? No, that's on footfall. My bad. By the Holy Throne, what is this mess? They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. Abelard enlightened this rebel about the proper manner of greeting the God Emperor's chosen. You stand before the rogue trader, Von Balances, you ignorant worm. Snap to attention this instant and give his lordship a formal report. With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention. My mistake, sir. At once, the starport is under control of the governor's wardens. Parameter commander is Sarge. And a grenade hits. A fragment explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm. Oof. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Lance Mulgar reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? What is going on here? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower levels sparked, and then it went up to the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, and the mag train station. And Felix tore off his mask. Precisely because he knew about the trouble on Riked Minoris. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. You may continue your report, peasants. Poor soul. Poor soul. My unit was here when it all went to Grox's. The tech priest linked the satellites, reported sightings of strange warships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Riked Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures on the audits and increased security at the key facilities. Everyone knows whenever something's not right, you better double the ward detail. The alarm was raised and we were sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold. They're crushing us, the scumbags. You were late to arrive on Riked Minoris. Interesting. So now we can see the consequence of going to Eurac 5 first and not go straight up here. You've done fine work, Malgar, and so are your troops. It is people like you that hold the Imperium together. I live to serve. Do you happen to see an Inquisitor being here? Or parts of the Inquisition? I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have the inquiry of the headquarters, your lordship. I'm going to see the governor. If I report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damaged anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way the shuttle can go to the governor. I would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort, unless I'm all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast to order them to wait for you, and I'll inform the headquarters they better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Very good, soldier, but you got a lot of blood in your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes you might falter in darkness. Rank and appellation won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head around these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. You're a good soldier, Malgar. I will see that your heroism is noted. I'll live to serve. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words with a sigh of relief. He turns to his soldier and spits out a booming series of commands. So guard down there.
This is how vast the sky is. It is no wonder that mutiny broke out here. How can order be maintained in a place without compartments or bulkheads?
Oh yeah, Kibela only went on a ship.
I would argue that it is not the size of the territory, but the competence of the governor that matters. Ugh, He did not even send a proper cortege to meet us.
I mean, it doesn't know that we're here. He does not know that we are here, so yeah. Like this position.
I'll make an example out of you.
Are you ready to die?
So we can go quite far into the front. Just gonna push you forward. Then Abelards over here, Argenta over there, Idira up here. Asia. Okay, start battle. If I go over here and start shooting, that should hit both. Barbatos sided. It's only one target. Let's move up there. Good. One is shot to bits. We use both. There we go. It cost me 1 AP. Shame, should have done that next turn and could have immobilized him.
Out of my way! Let's get to it.
The rebel agitator needs to be dealt with. So, forewarning on Kormakr. Some pyromancy. On the rebel gunner in the midnight hour, and some intel on the agitator cannot. Then on the rebel over there.
Here we go.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Down went my character. Guess I was a little bit too greedy with my attacks. Guess I was a little bit too greedy with my attacks. 39. Let's see if we can take him out. Did not work. Run and gun. Over there. There's some nice hits. We did for free. So let's move over here. Then we want the Reveling Lights. Voice of Command. And give Argenta another round. Nice. That was a good hit. So if I go here, can I then charge him? I cannot. If I go here, can I then charge him? I can. For impact. Added that. Let's kill him off. Good, that was a nice dodge. So So, let's see. Where do I want to go with you? If I go here, can I jump that far? I cannot. I love that you can plan ahead and like click where the position would be and see if you can reach it or not. Fantastic. Slice. Raining blood. And put a blood oath on you.
Let's make it.
Anything like that. So, Idira. How can I move to have a target? I can't. Seems like. Malakath, welcome aboard. Thank you for Thank you for the follow. Abelards, good morning. Nothing in reach. It seems nothing in reach. Crazy Sauce, welcome aboard as well. Highly appreciate your follow. Good, that's that.
Brace yourself, Abelard. Follow my lead.
One little shot. So let's move up
God
here.
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire.
Firearm
in my
mastery.
heart. As the
Down he goes. Do you have any other targets? No, that rebel one is the last one. Can we take the guards? Does that work? Tell the guards to do something? Ah, shame.
If only that were possible.
Let's push to one part of Idira. So... Round. Was that the last one or was the last one? Perfect. So, what do we got over here? Carapace, nope. Scrap your last gun. Cargo. All of it gone. Gone, I say. Mods, awesome chatters, and lovely lurkers. Hope all is well. All is fantastic, I mean. Look at me. I'm just kidding. It's cool, enjoy the game. I'm loving it so far, Iliavi. Thanks a lot for hanging out here with us. And, supporting this adventure. Make sure if you have time to, you know, give a thumbs up, leave a comment on the YouTube VODs on this journey. So we can keep up the content coming. Lore Imperial. Set of shuttle has obscure pottage scribbled all over. Making sense of the scribbles is beneath you. Does that mean we have failed the test? We've failed the test. Crap, because there's, I think, an cape in there or something like that if you don't fail the test. You're thinking of getting the game? It's a CRPG masterpiece. It is fantastic. It has so much improved since its release. Right now we just got another big update with content. There's more to come if the success upholds with the additional contents. How's it compared to BG3? Better writing than BG3. Like the story plots and whatnot is definitely stronger. It might not have the cinematic qualities of a BG3 in terms of like close-up 3D animation, facial expression, blah blah blah. It's not fully voice acted. There's also down draw on it.
I always have a backup
compared to the BG3, but the story and mechanics and whatnot is mind blowing. It's mind blowing. Headstormer can only be fully healed on the void ship. Okay, fair enough. There lies the final dawn, purifies vision. Folks, about you, then come closer and I don't shoot you. I don't care about cinematics. I want to watch a movie. I'll watch a movie. Understandable. Renounce foresight. Oh, we just shot them. The young shaggy-haired soldier, impale nonetheless as you approach. He holsters his pistol. Thank you, my lord. You have arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what to do with these battling creeps who wanted with me, but definitely wasn't anything good. Who are you? Lucky Jaspar, the governor's aide and personal box operator. I was dispatched to the starport on special orders. Are you unharmed, soldier? All thanks to you, my lord. These blind lunatics are all over the city right now. These rebels damn them the void, go around maiming everyone and get their hands on scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor sods driven mad by pain and wander the streets babbling nonsense. The command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense, it's heresy. Actual heresy! Because listening to it scrambles your brain. It made one petrol man freeze in its tracks while the blind mob got hold of him and carried him from his post to God knows where. Druvu. Thank you, Valo. Welcome aboard. I mean, is it as linear as BG3? BG3 is a good question here. BG3 in this occasion has a linear storyline with multiple pathways on that red thread, so to say. In a sense, this is a little bit more open worldly because you can decide where you want to fly with your ship and what kind of directions you go. But it also follows a strong narrative where you can choose 3 types of personalities that you want to be. You can either be dogmatic, meaning very much for the emperor and low above all and etc. You can be iconoclast, where you are very empathetic to the people and the things around you, or you can be a heretic, where you know, embrace the warp and the demons and do bad things. So these kind of 3 pathways you have, and the outcomes will be a lot different depending on how you choose to be. There's a 4th personality where you don't commit. Oh, there we go. Praise the blood god. For example. Yeah, I would not necessarily say that any of those are linear. There are, of course, some similarities in every playthrough, and you meet the same people, but the outcomes is very strongly different. So, for example, I choose to come at this place later, so the whole starting sequence is completely different from me. Yeah, there's a lot of wiggle room. And also, in terms of timing, when like what do you prioritize to do, while you do that, on other places stuff is happening. So when you arrive there, some things might have unfolded already that might have not unfolded if you went there for the first place, and vice versa. So it's fantastic. It's fantastic. If you're getting it, I recommend to support us. !GOG to get the link if you want to grab it from GOG, or !IG if you want to grab it on Steam and get some percentage on it. Although the GOG cut is bigger for the channel, but it's up to you. Whatever fancies your wallet. The command doesn't want anyone to talk about it. Somebody got carried away. There we go. And what exactly were you doing here on your own? Following Governor Medina's special instruction, namely... Oh, right. It's a secret assigned. I can't talk about it. I'm a rogue trader. Why don't you simply order you to tell me everything? It's well within my rights. What if what you know is priceless intelligence and you were to die before you could relay it to anyone? Well, that would make you a saboteur and a traitor, wouldn't it? Yes, you're right. This is an emergency. He looks relieved. So, why did he send you to the starport? I'm supposed to deliver an updated Vox code and should I put it? Assess the situation. The planet is in a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into our Voxnet and are now eavesdropping. This made proper communication possible. The hollowed electrodynamic connembium had sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening on the system? There's been a riot in Arbites in the prison planetoid. Eurac 5 station is silent, although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch. And I was hoping to be lucky enough to run into a pilot or a captain here who could give me an update, but it's hardly possible right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land under the sky. He stops talking a little too abruptly. I notice. Okay. I'm looking for an interrogator of an Inquisition who may have arrived on this planet. Have you heard of anything in this description? I have, but I don't know where he is now. I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition. Tell me about Eurac 5. There's nothing much anyone could tell you about it. That situation belongs to the novice nobility themselves. Emperor knows what they do up there, and who even lives there. That place is creepy. See, you see that they order shuttles with servants from Market Minori's on a regular basis. I guess just too important up there. Change filters and clean compartments themselves. I don't know. Except I've never met anyone who's served there. It's like no one ever comes back. Your brothers and sisters lived and died for a great cause, serving in Navigator's house and therefore all of the Imperium. It is a high honor, one that few could bear. Only now does Jaspar notice Cassia, and his eyes go wide in fear. He opens and closes his mouth a few times, helplessly like a fish, unable to utter a sound. Instead, he just nods. Understandably, somebody burns a few GPUs of processing to release a mod that is noted every voice line cloned from the original voices. And Alcat is fine with it legally. It won't be close narrative to PG-3. And the last line I meant for casual audience to drive up sales. I have no problem reading. Yeah. It's definitely not as a high production of presenting the story as a PG-3. It's a lot of reading, a lot of imagination that you have to put to play. But the writing is 10 times better, in my opinion. And it's not because I'm a fan of the universe. It's, I don't know, it's just the plot hooks are a lot stronger. Do you think the governor can handle a rebellion? Well, obviously, I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. I won't tell anyone. You really won't? Well then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. Those rebels are strange. Would have easily quelled a normal riot. We're not some commoners, we're Racadians. The naval elite of the House Winterscale, but those people, they're vicious. They know no fear. And their attacks are precise. It's like they know what's going on to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They see the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now she is the real danger. She can see into the future, is that right? Well, let's see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they've not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my dear friends that her future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain is involved. Who is Yvain Winterscale? It's deemed an honorable sign of the blessed rogue trader Caligus Winterscale, a master of Racket system. The behest of his illustrious father, or grandfather, or uncle, illustrious relative, Lord Yvain, took up residence in Racket Minoris. You know what I think? I find it curious that the blessed Caligus didn't make the ruler of our worlds. Lord Yvain is his blood, but it's governor who rules us. Then why do you think he sent him here? I think he's been exiled. There's something else you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets. It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Raquel Vakari, the esteemed Yvain Winterscale personal pilot. When the riot reports came from Rakad Philia, Lord Yvain headed there personally. Then this rebellion started down here, and we lost communication. Now, no one knows what's going on. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back and those rebel scumbag will shoot them out of the sky. I wanted to find a place on high, set up in a Voxcaster there to send them a transmission. The sky's closed off, don't try to land. But I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased after me, and I was running. I tripped and broke the caster. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. That is why all members of the Warship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted the servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there's always the danger of family ties might disrupt regulation and order. Pray not for her survival, but for her honorable death, should it come to it. Forgive me, my lord, but my wish is to see Marika alive again. She's everything to me. I have no more questions. It was my pleasure to be of your service, my lord. It's been nice to chat to someone normal. I must take my leave. You're right, we shouldn't stay here for them. They might return. I'll go find a safe place to watch the sky for landing shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lord. Off you go, Jaspar. Lualti is fantastic. She did voice acting in my TTRPG session with the voice actors of Rogue Trader. She voice acted the stress call of the Rogue Trader himself. She was my Rogue Trader persona, so to say. Sadly, she didn't have the time to join us. All good, Kangaroo. Feel free to chat about whenever. I might not respond to everything because I want to focus on the storyline here, but we have our ad breaks moments where we catch up on these things and go into some sort of armor section. We can talk and mumble about anything. Rebel Commander goes first? Wow, we're going that far back? Ooh, that might be... This might be troublesome. This actually might be troublesome. Not gonna lie. Start a battle.
Let's get.
He just killed himself, his own people. Oh, gods. This did hurt. Alright. If I go over here and open the eyelids. Okay, we gotta... Can I put that on myself? I cannot cast that on myself. Let's move up here. Let's steer. Nice. Now I can give somebody else a command. Level 1, 2. I give voice of the command to Kormakr. To boost him.
Out of my way.
Nice try. Wow. They're charging in there. So Argenta. Fighter Rebel. Let's move up here. Rapid fire. Shoot. Good. He's dead.
High momentum.
I'm gonna make the firearm mastery. Now. Come on. Oh, come on. There we go.
I'll do it.
Run and gun. Okay. So, you, milady, run up here. And, wait a bit. Raining blood. Blood oath. And you. Moving up here. We are slicing them to death. Blade dance. Good. They're all dead.
The other
And
side awaits.
you slice him to bits and make all of that bloody. Thank you kindly. So, Idira. So, let's move up here. Put some forewarning on Argenta. And burn him alive.
High momentum.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Beautiful. There we go. Put some analysis up there. We're gonna go for the bruiser. That means I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna do the reckless strike. And then charge attack. And shred him to bits. Embrace and endure. Good. Let's move up here.
I'm
Let's
ready
shoot
for
you.
when it comes.
Good. Nice. Then we're gonna go for run and gun and concentrated fire. That means I'm gonna go up here and do point blank. 30? You shitting me already? Down it goes. Oh. Wowzer. Minuteman. Looks like a thunderstorm is coming outside. And seems like to be a big one. My wife doesn't have time. I might have to jump quickly outside to grab my armor and my helmets. Because for those unaware, I'm playing American football for the Austrian Football League. I'm gonna have a live stream on Saturday if you guys are intrigued into sports and want to watch us. More information on that on the Discord when it's time. So
keep your wits about you.
Lots of resources. Did we get anything new? Date from newest oldest. Whenever the word deals damage on an enemy, the word has 25% chance to gain multiplayer movement points. Skirmisher boots, that's something for you. I think. Then we have the Pyromancer staff, plus 10 willpower. Let's do that. Other than that, we're good. So look inside here. What do we have here?
Is there money to be made?
Pick the lock. Some goods in there. What do we have? The Deathrolled Light Carapace armor. Armor 20%. Base arm property. Gives parry chance against melee attacks. And plus 5 agility. I think we're gonna wear that. Yes, we will. So they're up to 50. Oh boy. Looking badass. Nothing else around here? Nothing else around here. Should be close to level up again. Find a rebel. Demolition. Disarm that. Beautifully. Oh, wow. They definitely did want somebody to pass over this here. So what's happening? What is happening? Oh, the Reds and a tech priest.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target!
Oh, an ambush!
We need to take him alive!
Find it, and let their enemies wait.
Fall back!
That was very green sparky spark. Looked like Necron technology, maybe?
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
Getting a nerdgasm every time I hear that voice line.
Not another step.
Okay.
Flee, for I am death.
Why would I flee, Pascal?
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ah, placid.
Eblard, this is not the time to lose your composure. Present me.
Rogue trader von Valancius greets you, honored tech priest, and graciously grants you permission to remain in his presence.
I identify you as a member of a high strata belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation.
Exactly.
The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
That is a good point, but how did you manage to blow off that machine without even touching it?
This was my doing.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people.
Oh,
but
two persons
he's not
in him?
a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
May I ask who you are?
I identify as Magus Pascal Haneman of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before.
Okay.
The station appears on House Orselio's star charts in the Furibundus system, not far from the void colony of Footfall.
Oh.
You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
Why do you wish to see the governor, though?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call.
Okay.
But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
Is that so? Well, I invite you to join my retinue then.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
100%. Who do I leave back, though? Whom do I leave back? I think it'll be Dira that I'm gonna leave back. It's just me, or does the game lose focus sometimes? Like, gets blurrier while Kormakr stays crisp? Maybe? So, operative. Intelligence. Definitely moving up. Pascal gains ballistic skills, 50% dodge reduction with plasma and melter weapon. I don't have yet melter weapons, so no. Scanner mechanites. Initial service call connected directly to the text-based system increases their perception. Tech use. Utility mechanite. Yeah, I want to boost tech use from the early get-go. Thank you kindly. Whenever the operative attacks an enemy, they do more damage. Expose weakness. Expose weakness also reduces the enemy's toughness and willpower by 15 for 1 turn. Not yet. If the target analysis enemy has 2 more exploits, the target suffers 1 additional exploit. At the start of the operative's turn, the enemy with the largest number of exploits receive an additional exploit stack. There must be something that gives exploits to everybody, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. Whenever the operative hits an enemy affected by both an exploit and exposed weakness, the enemy loses movement points and damages reduction. Oh, nice. Hit chance. 1 attacking targets affected by the exploit. The operative suffers less damage from enemies affected by exploit. If an enemy affected by an exploit within 5 cells attacks the operative, they suffer additional exploit. The operative inflicts an exploit even on enemies which are out of the operative's line of sight at the start of their turn. Uncanny sight. That's the one I'm looking for. That's the one I'm looking for. Forge world characters can use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. First attack in a combat with any plasma deals additional damage. Steel Forge. I think we're gonna make you a plasma gun guy. Pretty much sure of it. Pretty much sure of it. Intelligence again. Until the opponent's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal initiative. Bonus more damage. Tactical knowledge. That's the one. The boost. Tech use. Tech use is on 90 already. I mean, it makes sense for him being Tech Priest. It's a double L.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Loot it up without even knowing what happens. Blind madman. Could you explain your train of thoughts when selecting skills, please? I assume you're going to the ones that will sync with what you already have and your companions, correct? That is true, Kangaroo. Thank you for reminding me there. I will do my best to explain my thought process there. Since this is our now third playthrough, I'm sometimes very fast, so thank you for taking away that speed there. Good, we found a better bolter, 9 to 14. Has a rate of fire 3. It does shoot 1 less. But overall does more DACA. So let's equip that one. Other than that, we have fear in bodysuit. Is that better? No, it's not. So we're gonna add this to cargo. I'm gonna add that to cargo as well. Same goes to this here. Cargo is kind of like marking the things for sale. So whenever we find this item again, it goes straight to cargo. And over here, you use the cargo then to boost your reputation with certain factions where you can just buy the items from them whatever you want.
I always keep my options open.
Of course, Kangaroo, but is it the second or third time catching a stream? Man, appreciate you having me here. Appreciate to have you here. So we are getting here some gas cloud grenades.
Faith leads you along your thread, as it leads me along mine. We both serve him in our own way. So, why do I see such worry in your eyes whenever you look at me, Amic Argenta?
That's a good question.
We find our foes by different means. I kill those deemed guilty of heresy by the exalted ecclesiarchy.
It's a very
You
good
kill
question.
those identified by vague portents. And I do not know to what extent they can be trusted.
Interesting call there. Good, let's continue. We have grabbed the loot box from here. What do I have here? A sin skin. Oh, okay. The sin skin does what? Base armor property on dodge. If the wearer has agility more than 40. Could be. Could be something for. Could be something for us. Dodge 80. Armor 25. Armor 20. So these a little bit less. Oh, this looks good. Then I'm gonna give that armor to you for the extra agility. Yeah. That's how we do this. This goes to cargo. As well as the shotgun, these unfaded bad weaponry together with you. And you. Staff also sell you. Buy. The blade we're gonna keep because maybe we're gonna use it. How's the DLC update so far? I've only gotten to play a little bit. Got my first shield for the Arbites. Is there a way to keep your origin base armor in visual, no matter what you wear? There was for a while a setting here, but it seems that it's not part here anymore. Maybe they've patched it out for the moment. But there was definitely a chance to toggle it on. At least I remember that. Could be wrong though. Could be wrong there as well. So, what you're traveling with. You sure the machine spirits will listen to you? I bet they're real stubborn. But you're whining. I've seen the tech priest do it twice. Someone brought a sensor to him. Of course they'll listen. Alert, profane violation of the algorithm. Oh boy. Activate the turrets. Come on, Pascal.
Operation successful.
Do your spiel. Oh wow, that's quite the army. Oh, well, you're in the army now. I'm gonna stand around here and wait for the turrets to do something. Start battling. They've just flattened half of the people. here. So, at your beck and call. Take a shot of the pistol.
Here we go.
Scared yet?
He just shot his own man. I mean, I'm not to judge, but crazy Malaga.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Completely missed. Machine spirit communication to boost our recall and enemies' dodge is reduced if we cast it upon them. So if I'm here, am I in range for shooting? I am.
High momentum.
Nice. Nice shot. Can I range back there? I can. So, Cassia. Can somebody an extra turn? So, let's boost you.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
And let's give you an extra round. Find this tower. Put it up here. Done. Done. He just shot his own man. Oh, it's just stupid. Moving up here, taking. Let's do a blood oath. And a raining blood. Now slather. That's what I'm talking about. I have 2 jumps, so I can jump one here.
See it done.
And miss, and then make a second jump behind him. And hit him in bits. There we go. And a level up as well. Does the warping run really fast on the battlefield be changed to move normally? I mean, the settings, not changing. I realize how... yeah, you can change to have the speed on a normal fighting speed going on. That's definitely possible. But, yeah, as I mentioned, we have quite the amount of hours in the game, so we have speeded up the combat animations quite a lot. Just to have another different pacing in our movements. So, what do I want next with you? What do I want next with you? Whenever an enemy adjacent to the Arbiter fails a willpower resistance test for the first time, the enemy provokes an attack opportunity from the Arbiter. The multiple enemies fail the test at the same time. The attack opportunity is triggered against one of them randomly. Oh my god. Public sentencing. We gotta mix that with the power of Cassia to tell them to move towards a position, meaning that they will fail the willpower resistance test. Although that's only adjacent to me. Maybe with the shotgun, not necessarily standing next to them. But I'm gonna try to be able to stand next to them. So I need my movement points to move up as well. To have a further range. Okay, let's do public sentencing. Public sentencing and then coercion. Because that triggers with our abilities together. So, that will be complete. We have Abelance, who's leveling up his athletics. It's his first time in a round, so you can move next to them, and the next round make them move. Fail and get hit. Exactly. Exactly. Ooh, Kangaroo. Also a fellow Kiri enjoyer. Mishmort. Increase the charge distance by 3 cells. I kind of like that. Whenever a warrior hits with Reckless Strike, this attack scores a guaranteed critical hit. Reckless Fury. Nice. Whenever the soldier deals damage, their critical damage is increased by 1 until the end of combat. Fire it up. The soldiers gain critical hit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. Soldier's demolition instead of intelligence is used to determine additional damage dealt with ranged area attacks. Enough bullets for everyone. The soldier's second attack action in the turn deals 70% more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage yet. Nope. Integrity sounds nice. The first hit of each ranged burst attack deals additional damage equal to the weapon's current rate of fire. Enemies damaged by the soldier's area attack suffer +3 damage from the next attack. Whenever the soldier successfully dodges or uses cover against enemies, they gain a guaranteed critical hit against that enemy. Rapid fire no longer reduces damage. Yeah. Demolition. So. Oh boy. It's always a tough one with you. What I would like to do next. Allies that are targeted with Navigator gain armor. The Navigator gains Fellowship and additional Fellowship for every Navigator talent or Navigator power taken. Yes, baby. We'll take that. And since Indira is not here with us anymore, we're gonna go for Warp. Complete. Instant exposure costs me 0 AP. Prediction protocol. Pascal gains 20% dodge reduction and power reduction with melee weapons. Every time Pascal uses a plasma or melter weapon, his damage with these weapons increases by 10% stacks. If Pascal does not shoot for 1 round, he loses all stacks. Machine Spirit Communication applies 1 stack of exploit to all affected enemies. Yes. Gain +3 deflection against burning effects and flame weapons. Pascal gains 5 movement points in the first round of combat. Every successful melee attack grants Pascal movement points for the next round. aiming protocols. I'll give him. And hopefully we'll find a plasma weapon very soon. So perception, athletics, strength, demolition is agility. Let's go for demo. Stains of blood. The difficult assassin deals more damage to enemies if both the ally and their target stand on the blood-covered cell. Chain weapon experiency. Dueling mastery. Bonus to parry. She is gonna be up close. And so many more deaf people. Streets of the capital.
I always have a backup plan.
My oh my. What awaits us there? We shall find out in another episode.